Hi, everyone. For those of you just joining us, we're just going to give it a couple more minutes. We're kicking off at 10:30.
We're officially live on YouTube.
Yes, I see that. That's why I was letting everybody know we're going to start in a few minutes, just so if anybody was wondering what was going on. So nice to see you, Ben Barnes.
Nice to see you too. How are things?
Things are well. Things are well. Thank you. Just giving it a minute for our first guest, everybody to come on. So just bear with us one more minute and we'll be good to go. All right. I think we're ready to go. We want to start right on time because we have a lot to cover today. And I just want to open up by welcoming everybody to the hearing with our agencies. This is the bonding subcommittee. We are a subcommittee of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. And what today we will be doing is we'll be meeting with different agencies throughout the state of Connecticut and hearing about the requests or the status of their funding. And we have a full schedule. We're going to pull that schedule up in momentarily so everybody can see what time the different agencies are on. So if you need to leave and come back, please feel free to do so. I'm going to turn it over to my Senate co-chair, but I also want to acknowledge that all of the representatives that are on today are in simultaneous meetings. So if you see a box with their name, it doesn't mean they are not with us. It means they're probably in environment and banking and all the other meetings that are happening at the same time today. So we go in and out of the meetings. So they certainly are focused on bonding. So with that, I know Senator Moore is in, I think she's in the Human Services Committee at the moment. I'm looking. Okay, well, we'll go back to Senator Moore. She could be testifying. I want to turn it over to my great ranking chair, Representative John Piscopo, to see if you have any welcoming remarks as well.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and you summed it up very well. I'm looking forward to hearing from the agencies, and I appreciate this. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, Representative. Our bonding bill last year was bipartisan, and it was because of a lot of the efforts of all the legislators on this committee working very well together. So we anticipate that again this year. And then our other ranking Senate member, Senator Huang, I don't see him yet. So as they come on, we'll introduce them. But with that, I am going to open it up. And our first, well, actually, before we do that, Christina, do you mind just screen sharing, just letting everybody see what our schedule is today so that everybody sees where and what times? So 10:30 to 11:15, we try to do it in half-hour increments and built in a little time there in case anybody runs over. We have our state colleges and universities. UConn is today. Office of the Treasurer, Sean Wooden, will be with us. We're going to take a break, which is really our time to, catch up if we have to technically. We have DEEP coming on, Department of Correction, Department of Emergency Services, Public Protection, CT next, and then we'll talk about our next meeting next Friday. So with that, thank you, Christina. I would like to welcome Connecticut State Colleges and Universities. And today we have with us our new president, which we haven't had an opportunity, Terrence, to meet yet. We also have Amanda, the Associate Director of Government Relations. We have Ben Barnes, who is familiar to many of us. He's the Chief Financial Officer. And we have Keith Epstein, who's the Vice President for Facilities, Real Estate Infrastructure Planning. So with that, I am going to turn it over to our president, Mr. Cheng.
Thank you so much, Senator Moore, Representative Boer, Senator Huang, Representative Piscopo, and members of the General Bonding Subcommittee. I'm Terrence Cheng. I'm president of the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities System, and I'm really appreciative of your time today. And as you noted, with us today are CFO Ben Barnes and VP for Facilities, Real Estate, and Infrastructure Planning, Keith Epstein, and of course, Amanda Belagamba. You have copies of our written testimony, so our responses to our questions that were sent to us in advance on authorized but unallocated bond funds, you have those as well. And I know you have a lot of questions for us, so I'm going to try to be brief. First, we greatly appreciate the support the legislature has shown the system and our students over the years. We're proud of the achievements of our students, the faculty, the staff, and the contributions that they make, which are not just on the campuses, it's in the communities, and it's across the entire state. Regarding the FY23 budget adjustments by the governor, CSCU had 15 projects, which we requested for inclusion in the governor's midterm budget adjustments, none of which were included. These projects address long-standing facilities needs and critical infrastructure improvements across the entire system. Deferring these projects, it's going to cost us more money, and it's going to force us to use drastically more expensive facility replacements. But most importantly, it's going to limit our ability to deliver quality services to the students. So CSCU respectfully requests that the subcommittee include our full list of projects in the bond package this year. These projects, several of which ensure the safety and security of our institutions, are detailed in our testimony. Right now, CSCU faces enrollment challenges that are beyond precedent. You know, I've been in higher education for about 25 years, and this is literally unseen in the industry and across the country. But it's also changed how we plan for capital improvements. And I just want to stress that even with these challenges, we cannot cut our way to success. If we want to set up the state's colleges and universities for long-term success, we have to continue to invest. That means investing in our buildings, the networks, the labs, the shop floors. CSCU is the engine of social mobility and workforce development for the state. And these spaces that I just mentioned, they are the pistons of that engine, where Connecticut students receive the education and the training they need to work for Connecticut companies so they can live their lives and raise their families in Connecticut. Further, top-notch facilities are key to ensuring productive working environments for our faculty and staff. And that is going to help us retain and attract strong talent. So we need high-level 21st century facilities and infrastructure if we're going to do right by our students, faculty, staff, and the state at large. So of course, we realize the state has invested in CSCU in this capacity. The CSCU 2020 program, which concluded its final year in fiscal 21, represented the largest capital investment in our system's history, and it helped to build many world-class facilities, and it elevated our operations. It goes to show that when we have predictable funding in a multi-year plan, we can execute and work strategically, efficiently, and cost-effectively. The results of such multi-year planning can also be seen at UConn and Jackson Labs. We are hoping to gain your confidence to create the next wave of investment in CSCU. That investment will impact us today and deep into the future. With CSCU 2020 ending, any of our system's new legislatively approved capital funding is now solely reliant upon regular general obligation bond funds requiring allocation by project at the State Bond Commission. We appreciate the opportunity to work with you to create consistency and fluidity that's going to allow the system to achieve its goals. And this will benefit our students, the workforce, and communities across the state. So thank you all again for your support of the system, and I'm happy to turn it over to your questions, which Ben, Keith, and I will fervently answer.
Sorry, I was on mute, but thank you so much for the introduction, and we look forward to a day when we can meet in person. I know you're planning something in a couple of weeks in New Haven, so hopefully many of the legislators can make it. And thank you for all you do. You know, we're very proud of state of Connecticut's university and colleges, and the transformation over the years has been remarkable. Some of us are products of a state university. I'm a proud owl myself, and I tout that wherever I go. And I have a few questions, but I'm going to open it up to the floor first, and then ask my questions afterwards. So with that, Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much, Mr. Cheng, for your testimony and for being with us today. I too am a proud CSU graduate, so grateful for all the work that you're doing and watching the system work to further itself really and improve. I just had some questions with respect to your request of the subcommittee here, the additional funding. And I wondered if you could walk us through a couple of the more, and I'm sure every project is really important to you, but I'd love for you to just walk us through a couple of these because, for example, I see at Gateway, you know, we have so many workforce development initiatives going on in the Connecticut State Legislature, as we have for many years, but of particular importance is really training in the trades and making sure that we are developing our future workforce. And I see, you know, right off the bat, this high-tech automotive training center. Is this something that exists within the Gateway structure already? Would this be a brand new program? I'd love to hear a little bit more about that. And I'd love to, as I said, to just hear some high points on some of these larger dollars that you're asking for and why they are so necessary, if you wouldn't mind, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Cohen. And I'll just start by saying that the Gateway program does exist. It is in a facility that is very limiting. So there are only so many students we could bring in. There are only so many partners we can work with. And so the development of that program is really instrumental, especially in an industry that is going to continue to be really part of the bedrock of how we evolve, right? We're always going to need folks to work in this industry, and we want to be a big part of that. And so I will ask Ben and Keith to provide more detail in terms of these projects, certain projects that have larger asks, as you mentioned, and maybe they can give a little more context and insight and potentially help prioritize a bit. Ben and Keith?
Well, I'll start with the, I'll start a little bit about the Gateway project, which is a high priority of ours. As you know, the former Gateway site, well, you may know, if you drive down I-95 just south of the IKEA and the Pirelli building is right across from the furniture store there that's right up alongside the highway is the former Gateway site. It's a institutional building in that Gateway neighborhood in New Haven. We would like very much, we think that it is well located for us to move the automotive program from North Haven, which is, as President Cheng indicated, in a pretty poor old facility. I think it was originally the gymnasium at a K-12 school that was converted into this use. And we've been operating there for some time. It is desired by the management at Gateway, and has been for some time, that it be closer and more accessible to our students. It's very difficult to get to North Haven there's poor public transit options, and it's pretty far from the New Haven campus. So students who are in the automotive programs, they have to work out their schedule in certain ways to be able to attend classes at both campuses, which is not so convenient. So we would like to move it closer. We also think that we would like to have it be, we think that having it be at the Gateway location alongside of all this transportation infrastructure makes sense. As you know, we also have a program at Gateway that trains folks for employment in the rail industry. So we sort of have a niche in transportation, training people for jobs in transportation. But in the area of automotive, we see the transition to electric vehicles as an opportunity. And the electrification, the provision of all the infrastructure surrounding that, as a real opportunity for us. We've had some preliminary discussions with the Department of Transportation about potentially developing programs to train their workforce as they begin to convert to electrification of buses and snowplows and maintenance vehicles that they have on the road. In addition, there are more automotive manufacturers are getting into electric vehicles, and we have long provided industry-sponsored training so that we train technicians to work on Hondas, for instance, or Toyotas, or various brands of vehicles that we have arrangements with, in which we provide training so that those students can then go and work for those companies, providing factory authorized technician support at car dealers and repair facilities around the state. We see being able to go into the electric vehicle maintenance as one of the critical areas for the state's overall efforts at environmental compliance. And we would like to do that at the Gateway location. We're flexible. We also have been looking at other locations and looking at different ways to sponsor that, to get an upgraded facility for that program. And we've looked at whether we should somehow dispose of sell the property in Gateway to private development and use the proceeds to provide an alternative location. So far, we have not found that right arrangement, but we are very interested in using that valuable piece of real estate right on the highway and conveniently right in the middle of town in New Haven to support the automotive program and related items. There are some other important projects on our list, though, that I would call your attention to. One that we have asked for funding and have not received, did not receive an adjustment in the governor's budget proposal or his recommended revisions, that I'll call attention to, is for Capital Community College. As you know, Capital is located in a high-rise building in downtown Hartford, the old G-Fox building. While that is attractive in some respects, an downtown urban location is great for Capital. That location it's very expensive to make adjustments in that building. We need to pay for and maintain access up to the upper floors of a downtown office building. We would like to continue to make improvements to Capital, which is obviously one of our very important locations, given its location right in our capital city and the student population that it serves, which is very much in need of the students in the capital region. We would like to be able to make further advances in their educational attainment and the opportunities for some of the lowest income students that we serve in the state. So, we would love to be able to get funding in order for us to make renovations that are necessary within the Capitol, the existing Capitol campus. There are a number of other items that I would call your attention to. There's some important compliance work at Naugatuck Valley. That's a very large campus that serves lots of students. It's one of our largest, and with a very large catchment area. And it's also one of our oldest campuses. And so we have some significant building issues there around, waterproofing and other things. I can ask Keith to speak to if anybody wants more details, he can provide those. Similarly, we have projects at the universities at Southern and Western and Central that are identified that are of key signal importance to us. Projects at the Southern Connecticut's Lyman Center for the Performing Arts, some necessary improvements there. Central Connecticut and Western have campus-wide infrastructure and campus improvement programs. Even though our enrollment is not, in the past, we've had growing enrollments and the need to expand our facilities. I think now we're really pivoting toward making necessary repairs to get more life and more value out of the facilities that we do have. And that's what those infrastructure and campus improvement program funds will be used for, to take care of various deficiencies and wear and tear on those facilities that we have. So those would be some of the ones that I would identify as important. But one last one that I would call attention to that is especially important is the University Energy Efficiency Program that we have asked for $5 million for. I'm extraordinarily proud of the work that Keith and his staff have done on renewable energy at CSCU. I believe that CSCU is the largest generator of green energy in the state. Maybe there's a utility company that maybe you could argue that Millstone is bigger, and it is, but we are by far the largest owner or user. In many cases, we don't own the facilities, but we host them on our sites as in power purchase agreements. But we have more solar capacity. We have more fuel cells and alternative energy provisions on our campuses than any other state agency and any other institution that I'm aware of in the state. And we want to continue that. We think that we should be leading by example. There's some information in our testimony about the net zero building that we're constructing, the business school at Southern, which will generate as much energy as it uses and not contribute to global warming in any respect. And we would like to get to a point where all of our campuses are as close to net zero or as environmentally productive and compliant as we possibly can get with respect to our energy consumption. So that's an area which we would love to see more resources on energy efficiency at our universities. But if there are specific projects that we've identified, we're happy to take questions. I have Keith with us, who actually can give you greater level of detail on those specific items.
Well, I thank you for that answer and appreciate your willingness to share a little bit more. I concur with both of you that we do not want to allow these fantastic institutions to just go to pot because of declining enrollment, but rather should be making important infrastructure and capital improvements to our spaces in order to attract more students and make sure that we do the necessary upkeep and change with the times, and make sure that we have availability of classrooms in, appropriate and important areas of our state to attract new students. So again, appreciate your time and thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the indulgence.
Madam Chair, may I add just one thing to what Ben said? Because I think it's really important. He said it, but I want to emphasize it. Capital Community College serves some of our most socioeconomically challenged zip codes in the state. I have visited every single campus in our system, and I don't know how else to say it. It hurts me when I see the conditions of some of the spaces at Capital Community College. That institution deserves better. Those students deserve better. And when we go around our system and we look at things through an equity lens, I think we have to be ruthlessly honest with ourselves in terms of what it says to our students when some of the folks from those zip codes go to that institution and they have dripping leaks from their lecture halls, they have cracks in walls in certain places, I think it sends the exact opposite message that we want to send as the state system of public higher education. I would be remiss if I didn't make those remarks.
I appreciate those remarks. I'm going to turn to Representative Pisco in a moment because I see that he has his hands up, but I just want to, before we lose this thought, Ben, when I look at your unallocated balances, when you mention these projects, there's deferred maintenance, there's $40 million in unallocated balances for community colleges, and there's $27 million in unallocated balances for the university. Are these projects that you are speaking of, would they fall within that funding? Are you asking for additional funding, or are you pointing out what that funding is for? And my last question is that funding not getting allocated? Is there a concern?
Well, we have received some allocations of those projects, but we're behind. I mean, we feel as though we have received, I don't want to, I'd have to look up the specifics of, but we are funding
High level.
the funding we've received from the bond commission on our infrastructure projects is funding that was authorized several years ago. And so we've been operating at a slower pace of work in infrastructure improvement projects than we would like to. And so, this has come up before when, we've been in requesting allocations for the bond commission. They say, well, you have this large amount of stuff that's in the pipeline or money that we allocated that hasn't been spent. Because once it's allocated, it often takes us, we need an allocation before we can enter into a contract for, $2 million with a vendor to, undertake the electrical upgrades in the building or whatever the specific item is. So once we get the allocation from the bond commission, those items take typically a year or so to get fully expended. In some cases more than that, if there's a design if it's an individual project that requires design and then bidding of the final work. It's a complicated process, and there's a fair amount in the pipeline. But because we've been seeing fewer bond allocations available to us in this area, there's a backlog of projects. So we continue to believe that the pace of requests that we're making, we believe matches the ongoing needs as they develop. And so we're continuing to ask for new allocations and hope and are working with the governor and OPM to identify and to encourage them to begin allocating those funds so that they have been, but to continue allocating them and to allocate them at a faster pace, so that we can try to catch up on some of our backlog of infrastructure projects. Now, I know I don't want to sound as though I am unappreciative of the allocations that we have received, and the most recent bond agenda did include some important infrastructure projects and some technology projects that are really quite important for us. But in those cases, we're at a point now where when a new allocation comes, it's immediately we have plenty of work to immediately cover that. And we'd like to get another round of work in process on its heels. So we would like to begin to catch up on some of our backlog of work, and that's, I think, what our request represents.
Okay, got it. And just quickly, because we're going to start racing up against the clock, and I see other hands up. Is that the issue with Naugatuck and Norwalk? Because those balances have been unallocated for quite some time.
Yes, the Norwalk project has not been allocated, but that's the Norwalk project. If I'm on the same one that you're on, is we did we have an unallocated balance for construction for a project that has been designed and bid.
Okay.
So that may occur or not. That's again a question for
18 million unallocated for the alterations, renovations of the B wing, and then 28 million that's unallocated for the implementation of phase 3. So to your point that you can't start entering into bids and contracting until it's actually allocated through the bond commission agenda, are those projects seem to have been in limbo quite a long time.
I think the B wing project, and I'm hoping that Keith will jump in and correct me.
Yeah, I could answer it, Ben.
Yeah,
Yes,
that-
the B-wing project at $18 million. As you see, it takes quite a while to actually, once you fund these projects, to move them through the Department of Construction Services, design work, and bid it. So that project is at the point where it's ready to be. We just received the bid a couple of months ago. It's ready to be submitted by the Department of Administrative Services for bond commission allocation. The $28 million project is several years old. We did not receive an allocation of funds probably 3 or 4 years ago at this point of time. Our construction bids became void because it took too long to try to bring in front of the bond commission. We've been discussing with Department of Administrative Services, trying to recapture some of those funds and create a smaller scope of work that we can afford. But that project is in limbo right now. The 20.
Okay, and that's a disconnect, because when we authorize it, it's not allocated in the interim, the construction costs go up and the contracts go void, and you need to rebid, and then the price is higher. So thank you for that. Representative Piscopo, thank you for allowing me, representative, to continue to.
Oh, that's great, Madam Chair, because that's exactly where I was going. Especially your first questions, and welcome, President Chang. These may be unfair questions because I don't know how long you've been here. I think you've just joined us recently. So, but anyway, let me run it by you. I listened very carefully to your testimony, and you make a great point, especially with deferred maintenance. I don't like the word deferred maintenance. It kind of means that we should have been doing this all along. But my question specifically, and maybe Chief Barnes could help. Welcome, Chief Barnes could help me with this also. But all your recommendations from the governor and authorizations from the governor were for all state colleges. It fell in kind of a category of giving you the money and allowing you to kind of steer it where you think it's needed, such as laboratory equipment and all the stuff you mentioned, Mr. President, in your testimony, upgrades, improvements. It stands to reason or logic that some of that money can be steered toward the more specific projects that Chief Barnes finds is asking today as a priority. The capital, our Capital Community College, for instance. So there's almost 80. I think I added roughly around close to $80 million in there in the pipeline. And I know Chief Barnes just addressed this with our chair's question. But that's just what's on my mind right now with this agency. There's a lot of money for all state universities, and it's up to you to maybe prioritize. Thank you.
So you're right. I mean, it's a significant amount of funding, but it is absolutely necessary, critical for us to be able to utilize that funding to start to bring it to bear to impact our operations and our students. I can tell you that this proposal in front of you is the product of deep and granular collaboration with our institutions. Everything here is done in partnership with the institutions that we represent. We want to understand their needs as explicitly as possible. And that is what comes before you today. And so even though we do have the kind of oversight, guidance, and authority to direct funds, it is always in collaboration with our institutions. And so that way we ensure that those allocations are aligned with the mission, vision, values, and ultimately the strategic operating plan for the system, but in conjunction with immediate and longer term needs of the institution. So long-winded way of saying we work real hard to get into the weeds and get this right, right? Because the taxpayers' dollars are too important, and we always want to corroborate and substantiate the value of the taxpayers and the legislature's investment in us. I don't know if Ben or Keith want to expand any further.
So we have prioritized. If you look at the package that we did send you, there's a definition of each project. So we do list on the college side and the university side what the priorities are. So you're not lost at what we're looking for is number one.
I would also add that we certainly do use these general categories of funding, and I have advocated to OPM and to the governor's office that if there are only limited funds that they are prepared to allocate for CSCU, that we would prefer that the first ones that they allocate are these more flexible categories like infrastructure or equipment, because those allow us to meet a variety of needs. And we certainly do meet needs at those. So as an example, there's the renovation project that we're asking for at Capitol. But over the last year, we've used, I believe, one of our equipment maintenance general category funds to do a significant, I mean, I don't know how significant, not that large, but an important roofing project that'll, there was a water issue with a playground on a roof area at Capitol that was causing drainage problems and deteriorating some of the building. So we immediately, those things, become apparent to us, and we use those categories of funding that we do have available to respond to those needs and make sure that we're dealing with an emergent situation at Capitol in this case. So we will put those to effect. But were we to dedicate, the 15 or 20 million dollars, what was the cost of the capital project? $19 million of one of our categories of infrastructure funding to Capitol, that would leave us without resources to meet any number of needs that we might encounter at other campuses. I think it's important to remember we have, 4 full-sized university campuses, 12 community colleges, 3 at least of those community colleges, depending on how you want to count it, are in urban locations with, complex infrastructure needs. We also have some big, sprawling, campuses in suburban areas with, lots of varied uses on those campuses. So these are, we are a big property owner for the state of Connecticut. I think we are the largest.
Yeah, about 15 million square feet, and we're about 25% of the state inventory.
Right. So we need to, we got a lot of just like cats and dogs issues that come up every single year that need addressing, whether they're, shortcomings in the mechanical systems at our campuses, roof problems, electrical issues, HVAC issues that come and go. So we have, it's very important that we have some of these flexible pots of money and that we preserve those to meet the really critical health and safety issues and operational issues that come up. And we are reluctant to dedicate those to larger renovation projects, which are very important, but maybe are obviously when you have not nearly enough money, you have to prioritize, and we do prioritize, health and safety of our students and the smooth functioning of our educational mission as our priorities. Do we think is it also important that we, provide a better campus for the students at Capitol as an example? Yes, that is very important to us, but ultimately, of course, it is less important than, fixing the hole in the roof at whatever campus that hole opens up at.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those answers. I appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Piscopo. I don't see any other hands, but I do just have a couple of follow-ups, Ben, for you, or actually anyone. And we're starting to run up against our time. So just at a high level, one of the things that was very important to us as a bonding committee last year was we put in funding towards the towards mental health. So it was capital improvements towards the modernization of supporting students through mental health services. So specifically, we had in mind telehealth or communication techniques for letting students know what is available, and just to really augment and meet the students where they are, right? Because that's where they learn everything, on their phone and their computer. So I'm just wondering if any efforts have been made. I know a lot of efforts are being made with respect to mental health, because we're discussing that in our committee, but really just because this is bonding, has there been any capital steps towards that?
Well, there has, but we've been fortunate to have some significant, quite a bit of federal funding available to us, and the investments to address the mental health of our students is one of the eligible categories under our HERF spending. So we've used some considerable amount of federal funds that we've received over the last 3 years to quickly bring our IT infrastructure up to the levels that was necessary to support, telehealth, but also obviously, remote learning and distance learning, and all the function of our administration. So now you can go and talk to the bursar's office at one of our campuses remotely or in person. So student services, instruction, all these things are now online, including mental health services. So we've been able to use federal funds, which, to be honest, were available on very quick turnaround, and were the best way for us to meet the urgent needs that became, hit us in the face as we went through the pandemic. We have also used those funds to pay for something I don't think we could use bond funds for, and that is our contract with Timely MD, which is a company that provides telehealth, both behavioral health and medical visits. We're working now to really, we had an initial pretty good uptake of use of that service amongst community college students. We're working now to really try to get that to get even higher. We think it's a valuable program. We've had positive feedback from the students that have used it. So we are very much moving in that direction, and are also looking to try to augment our capacity to provide counseling and mental health services using our own staff as well. The outside firm was helpful in getting that up and underway in a very quick turnaround. It's really hard to hire behavioral health professionals now. It's a very in-demand market. So we are trying to evaluate now what the best project is for those funds, and we anticipate, now that we have sort of we're a little bit more mature in our mental health response to the pandemic. I anticipate requesting funds from the bond commission from that authorization sometime over the next several months, so that we could we'd like to get something underway. Our thinking is that it would be IT investments around networks, upgrades to support access to telehealth, but we may also use some of it for physical changes that are necessary to support expanded counseling centers and the like on campus. But this is still being developed internally. We would love to get any feedback from you and your colleagues on the committee, if you have other thoughts about what some of the intentions were there. Unfortunately, as you know, behavioral health is largely sort of an operating expense for us.
Yeah.
There are some capital needs, but it's not like the capital needs we need for energy efficiency, where it's all capital. It's a little harder to think about exactly how to do that. And so we've kind of used the federal money that was less restrictive as to its use right out of the gate. But we appreciate that, and it's a priority for us, and we would love to submit some projects for funding to the bond commission this year.
I know we're almost at time, but I just want to add quickly to Ben's point. We're assessing across the entire system, right? The needs of a residential student at Southern or at Central are going to be different from the needs of a commuter student at Capital or one of our other community colleges. So we want to ensure that form equals function, and that we're actually meeting explicit needs on each campus. So that that kind of information gathering is definitely going on. And as Ben said, we'll certainly be approaching an ask in that space in the future. So thank you.
Thank you so much. That, you know, the mental health of our students obviously is critical to our committee, but I know it is to you as well. And we had put that funding in before we knew you were getting the federal funding. So I'm glad the federal funding is a little bit more nimble, to Ben's point. So you're able to use it in a number of different capacities. Our funding is restricted to capital needs. So I'm glad you're looking towards continuing to work on telehealth. I think one of the things that we discussed last year, it's all coming back to me, is I think something the students talked about is getting more notifications via telecommunications about what services are available. So I think that was something that we were thinking about as well. So happy to talk with you more about that offline, but I'm going to turn it over to Representative Mushinsky, who has her hand up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a community college question. In my end of the state, South Central Connecticut, I'm still getting asked by the manufacturers for manufacturing training in advanced manufacturing, preferably at Gateway. Is there any way we can do that for these manufacturers?
We're in constant communication with the Office of Workforce Strategy, all of our workforce boards and industry partners, and also speaking with Paul Lavoie about different things. You know, he just entered office, so we're having a lot of conversations. If there are any specific or explicit needs, I mean, there are many needs across manufacturing, and we're hoping to serve as many as possible. So the short answer to your question is, yes, we would want to scope out what the direction and objectives would be, and then we would be able to put together an approach to bringing that to operation, ultimately to scale.
Would it fit in with the site where you have the electronic car training? Could it be on the same site?
I would say that it would depend on the specific needs of that industry, because, you know, a manufacturing floor is going to be very different from an automotive or transportation development center. But of course, we're looking to be as kind of multi-layered and polychromatic as possible to be efficient with our state dollars.
Okay.
I would add that facility is large enough to, I mean, if it was too small, I'd say so. Like, no, there's no way we can do both. But that's not out of the question at all, that we could dedicate a portion of that project to advanced manufacturing or other sort of more traditional shop floors. That's a distinct possibility.
One of the programs we looked at putting down there includes robotics that we haven't looked at the other advanced manufacturing center. So that, of course, may offer other high-tech opportunities.
Okay. I'll probably talk to you more, not in this meeting because I'm voting in environment. So I have to get off the screen, but I do want to talk about that further, and I'm glad there might be room there for. I don't like to hire people from out of the area when we have perfectly good workers here that just need to get the advanced training.
Music to our ears, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mary. Any other questions? I don't actually see any, which, let me just double check. I don't want to leave anybody out. Okay, well, I know we could go on all day talking about all of the developments, your needs, and what we can do to support that, and decisions we have to make regarding funding. But I do see that UConn is in the queue. So I want to thank you for your time. Look forward, President Chang, meeting you in person. And thank you to your entire team for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commission. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
You too. Okay. All right. So I see, and we're actually right on schedule, 2 minutes off. That's okay. I see that we have University of we have UConn with us, and today we have with us Radenka Maris. Is that how you say it, Maris? Maris? Yes. The interim president for UConn. We have Lloyd Blanchard, the interim vice president for finance. Reka Rin, Budget Planning Institute. Laura, we have a whole team here. Laura Krushenk, Carl Lejuz, and Nathan First. I hope I might have butchered some of those names, but our intent is sincere. And we had the opportunity, thank you for recently inviting us, the sub-bonding committee meeting, the sub-bonding committee members to come to UConn and explore all the advancements that you've recently made at your building. So we appreciate that. We had an opportunity to meet you there, but welcome you today to our subcommittee bonding meeting. And I'm going to open up with our interim president.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ranking members and members of the committee. My name is Radenka Merrick and I'm interim president of UConn. And joined me today are Dr. Bruce Liang and other key leaders. You already heard their names. So thank you for opportunity to update you on transformative building initiatives that you have made possible both at UConn and UConn Health. So attached to our written testimony is information on the University Capital Program that you might find useful. So as you are aware, in last 10 years, UConn is ranked among 25 public universities because of the state commitment, support, and investment. UConn is #1 among the major public research university when it comes to students' average time to graduation at 4.1 years. We are tied for the first place with 4 other schools, and this is great for our students because the faster they graduate, the less education costs them. University and the state have benefited tremendously from the UConn 2000 infrastructure improvement programs established by General Assembly in 1995. The program continues to modernize and rehabilitate and dramatically expand the physical plants across our campuses. As envisioned, it's a major tool in attracting and retaining the state's highest achieving students, world-class faculty, researchers, and staff. It's also essential in allowing university to do the long-term planning and have reliable funding for implementation. We are in the 3rd phase of UConn 2000 program, which extends through FY27. This phase includes the Next Generation Connecticut, the Bioscience Connecticut Initiative, and as you know, the Bioscience Initiative at UConn Health completed in 2018, and the Next Gen program in stores and regional campuses is moving along aggressively. Since the beginning of UConn 2000, we have seen improvements in nearly every facet of university. The return of that investment can be measured by many matrices, and I would like to provide just some of the highlights. This year, UConn achieved the highest applications, 40,000 for the fall 2022 entry. And if you compare that 25 years ago, we received 10,000. Undergraduate enrollment increased 63% since 1995, and since 2012, and all of these initiatives and support from state, our STEM enrollment increased 35%. A new 730-bed residence hall was completed, and it's home to 8 living and learning communities. A new engineering and science building was constructed on the main campus in Stores with an open concept lab design, opportunity for collaboration and foster collaboration between interdisciplinary faculties. And then we have the completion of the Hartford campus and relocation and establishing the class urban campus to support the growth of the student body in the core of the city. What happened at UConn Health, and some of the highlights of the UConn Health are the funding served as a catalyst for the expansion of the bioscience industry in the region and state. We brought Jack's Lab, and we recruited a number of the faculty as a joint faculty between Jack's and UConn. Enrollment at School of Medicine and Dental Medicine increased 30%. Access to patients' care increased 7 to 9% of the volume since 2010. And we have unprecedented clinical revenue that is from 326 million to 668 million. When I talk about what happened across the schools and for one UConn, our research awards had grown to 377 million in 2021, over more than 100% in last 5 years. During COVID, we done so much as an institution to support our communities. Our faculty and students provide the shields, 3D printed masks and shields, and distributed to hospitals. Our UConn employees and graduate students produced hundreds of bottles of hand sanitizer and distributed that to community. We have our students and faculty and staff across university assisting with immunization in the state, with the contract tracing. Through our research, students and faculty are engaged in activities across the state. And for example, I will give you an example of our center that supports small and medium-sized businesses, UConn's Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, that supports over 500 startups and small businesses, and launched more than 200 new businesses venture over the last 5 years. And some of the another initiatives where we help the state is a crumbling foundation issues. Our faculties had been going to the town hall meeting with mayors, and they did, we allocated the funding to help to study what is the issue, and 60 concrete foundation of Connecticut homeowners had been studied at UConn to address and understand what is the issues and what are the possible solutions. We have 72 small companies in our incubator facility in Farmington, Stamford in stores, 20 more, one more than last year. And since 2003, the programs started, these startup companies have raised more than 1.1 billion in total funding. But it's not only the funding that they do, it's the number of the people that they recruit and they bring to Connecticut. So turning to the capital program and our bonding request for UConn, we are grateful to Governor's proposed capital program to maintain UConn 2000 funding of $121.1 million and faculty hires and entrepreneurship ecosystem initiatives funding of $11.7 million in FY23 as specified in the state statute, and we ask the committee to maintain this level of funding. It's imperative to recognize that UConn's 2000 program phases projects funds over multiple years, and that this funding will support year 9 of the 13 years of the Next Gen Connecticut. So numerous programs currently are in constructions at UConn, such as STEM Science 1 building, Gantt renovation with required funding to be allotted in these future years. And to avoid additional costs associated with delaying or shutting down the projects in construction, it's critical that the planned levels of capital funding remains intact to support these independent projects and to assist the state's economic recovery from the COVID crisis to creation and preservation of thousands of construction jobs. I would like to ask representatives and everybody to continue to support our capital programs and needs. And I would like to ask Dr. Liang to speak with you about UConn Health.
Thank you, President Merrick. Appreciate your leadership and guidance in this time. Good morning, everyone, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for your support and leadership over the years. I'm Dr. Bruce Lian. I'm the interim CEO of UConn Health. I have also served as the Dean of the School of Medicine for the last 7+ years. I had the honor of meeting many of you when the Bounding Subcommittee members toured UConn Health in December of 2021. I'm very pleased about the way that our faculty, staff, learners, administrators, have all risen to the test to prepare for and respond to the pandemic. And as the state's only public academic medical center, we've been able to leverage our expertise in education, research, and clinical care, and to collaborate across the larger university, as President Radenka Merrick mentioned, and with other partners, such as the Jackson Lab, to safely and effectively address the challenges. As you heard in December and many times before, you can be proud and reassured that UConn Health is a vibrant, high-performing state asset for the state. If I may, I would just like to share some of the highlights. So UConn Health generates $2.2 billion in overall economic benefit to Connecticut, supporting more than 10,000 jobs. We're the single largest producers of physicians and dentists for the state. Our medical school and dental school have grown enrollment by 30% in recent years, and we would like to further increase the class size and therefore laying additional foundation for future doctors who will stay and serve Connecticut. So what about the graduates of our programs? Well, more than 50% of all practicing dentists in Connecticut have connection to the dental school. And our medical school, as well as the residency physician training programs, together account for about 3,000 doctors serving Connecticut. That's about 20% of the workforce in Connecticut, which is about 11 to 12,000. 60% of the Connecticut pediatricians are UConn Medical School graduates or trainees. Because our schools take primarily residents from Connecticut, after they finish, they tend to stay because they want to be close to their families. 800 of the UConn residency doctors are providing direct patient care. So these are doctors in training in area hospitals and more than 24 communities across the state. And this brings in $137 million in federal funds, mostly from the CMS, to Connecticut to support their salaries and training. Other than Yale, we have the largest residency training programs for the state of Connecticut. As President Merrick mentioned, our research revenue has grown every year for the past 4 years. In fact, we have doubled the extramural research grants from outside, attracting mostly from federal sources such as National Institutes of Health and National Science Foundation. And this current year, we have a banner year of a record $170 million of extramural research awards coming to just UConn Health alone. Our collaboration with the Jackson Lab has resulted in joint grant submission, which actually have been successful. So we have garnered more than $66 million in awards, and our biotech startup incubator is at capacity, which is located in Farmington with 36 different companies. And the groundbreaking research, I'm pleased to tell you that with the world's first gene therapy cure for the life-threatening pediatric condition called glycogen storage disease. And these children have to take starch every 2.5 to 3 hours just so that their sugar will stay in the normal range, including during the night. And this gene therapy trial and cure will represent a cure so that they don't have to keep taking starch and complex carbohydrates to maintain their glucose. And we also have a new medication in the work to reverse the growing pandemic of heart failure. And our researchers are even working towards regrowing a limb by 2030 to children born without limbs or otherwise injured. The clinical revenue at UConn Health has seen unprecedented growth over the last decade, doubling from 326 to an expected $689 million in the current year, and which accounts for half or slightly more than half of our entire budget. Our clinical care itself is transforming the lives of patients, including the one and only Sickle Cell Institute devoted to the care of those with sickle cell condition, as well as to specialty surgery care such as orthopedic surgery, neurosurgery, cardiology, spine surgery for underinsured. And we provide these specialty surgery at the same quality as we do for all patients. Our stroke center was just named the Advanced Thrombectomy Capable Stroke Center, which means that our doctors can retrieve the clot that caused the disabling stroke in the patients. We're one of 2 such capable centers in the Hartford area. And we're also the first in the state to offer severe emphysema patient with a new valve. It's a one-way valve to prevent the buildup of air trapping in patients with emphysema so they can breathe easier. Just to give you some example. And we provide medical dental care for everyone, everywhere in Connecticut, up and down income brackets. And this is what being a public service health system is all about. If I may, I'd like to turn to our bonding request. First, I want to thank you for the last year's 25 million allocation to fund our most critical deferred maintenance needs, which was the first time we received such bonding fund since 2018. We need to keep up the maintenance of buildings to ensure that the investments are protected and that all facilities are current with codes, safety issues, and accessibility. Appended to our testimony, which you have, is a summary of the spending plan for the 25 million that you were so kind to let us have last year. Our campus is large, 210 acres, 3.7 million gross square feet, with a current replacement value of 1.6 billion. Based on a thorough 10-year facilities condition assessment that was completed in 2018, this is an outside consulting reputable firm. They told us that we need 300 million over the next 10 years just to keep up. And like all other state agencies, we're asking this committee for continuation of funding to cover essential deferred maintenance and equipment. We're asking for a capital fund of 55.1 million in FY23 for these critical deferred maintenance needs. It is important to know that if it were not for the state's unfunded legacy costs, which we were charged to, UConn Health would be in a better position to fund more of the upkeep, including the need to protect the Bioscience Connecticut investments made by the state and the legislatures. However, to mitigate our financial commitment to fund the unfunded legacy cost deficit charged to us by the state, we have had to use funds which will otherwise be used for capital and defer maintenance. And as a result, UConn Health had to delay critical care to maintain the assets. Again, we are very thankful to you for last year's bond funds for the critical deferred maintenance. While the governor's proposed budget does not include the 55.1 million requested for FY23, we respectfully request that this be considered by the committee. So thank you again. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And thank you again for hosting us. We were able to see firsthand all the advancements that you're making at UConn and had the opportunity to hear from you and others about, just all the remarkable work that you're doing in healthcare for the entire state of Connecticut. I do see a hand up from Representative Piscopo. I just want to ask a question before I turn it over around the deferred maintenance. Is that deferred maintenance request for any buildings that are outside of stores?
Dr. Liang is going to answer, but this is for UConn Health. This is the deferred maintenance for UConn Health.
Yeah,
Just for UConn Health. Okay.
Just for UConn Health. Thank you.
Okay. However, it was my understanding that do we provide services outside of stores through UConn Health?
We are at a number of satellite sites. In fact, we have 12 satellite sites ranging from Canton to Simsbury to Stores, Mansfield area, and Southington, and soon to be Torrington as well. And so we do have these other satellite sites. They are part of UConn Health, and we consider them part of our network.
Are they state of Connecticut property and buildings, or are we renting?
I think it's both. I'm going to turn this question to Jeff Gigan, our CFO, or Tom Trotter, our Facilities Vice President.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, everybody. Jeff Gagan, CFO for UConn Health. The majority of the offsites, though, are leases, and they are rented properties.
Okay. So the deferred maintenance request for Yukon Health is not needed for those satellite offices.
Correct. The majority of the requests are for the main campus, the Farmington campus, which is the state property that we have.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, Representative Piscopo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, that's great. You anticipated some of my questions, so I appreciate that. And welcome, Madam President. And I appreciate this. Does Yukon Health fall under the Yukon 2000 umbrella, if you will, for capital improvements?
I will ask our CFO Lloyd Blanchard to respond to that question.
You're asking if Yukon Health receives funds from Yukon?
Is it part of the Yukon 2000 21st century STEM capital improvement money?
Some of the funds that we received through Yukon 2000 were allocated to Yukon Health.
Thank you. Appreciate that answer. And you know, the logical follow-up would be then this 55 million in new request is above and beyond what you had budgeted, or I'm sure you set Yukon Health, Yukon 21st century budget, maybe a 5-year lookout, 3-year lookout, 1-year lookout as you plan for capital improvements in the future. And this is above and beyond that
That's correct.
budget.
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right, I have a better understanding of that. And let me just ask a general question. I drive through Farmington a lot, and it seems like all the buildings that used to surround, all the regular private sector buildings that used to surround the Yukon Health campus are now part of the state property, Yukon Health campus. They expanded somewhat aggressively. And now you're talking about satellite offices in Torrington, just near my district, and you're branching out into the state that way. Is that by invite from Charlotte Hungerford or the community hospitals or Bristol Hospital or the Britain Hospital? Are they inviting your kind of help that you can afford them, or is this just part of your expansion?
I think it's a part of them asking us to be part of the community, but I will ask Dr. Liang to answer that question.
Thank you, Dr. Merrick. Yeah, so, you know, we go to the community to provide a service, to provide quality care. And as you know, access is an issue. Access to quality care has been an issue. And we are there to provide that kind of access with quality care. So it is beneficial to the communities. And we have we always send out survey to the patients and get feedback from them. And our feedback has been that they were pleased with, you know, we are actually out there in the community providing service.
Thank you for your answer, Doctor, and please accept my apologies for not making the tour. I was just swamped this year.
We're ready for you next time when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Representative Piscopo is a painter, and you do have deferred maintenance, so maybe maybe the trip could be you know, benefit. Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Representative Bohr. Hi, everyone. So nice to see you all. I saw a little bit in the testimony and then in the written a little bit about the request, particularly to the research faculty program. And I was just hoping you could give a little more detail about, you know, what's happening in that, kind of what progress the university has made to actually bringing that faculty on board, and have there been any other obstacles to pursuing that research faculty?
So what we are asking is related to entrepreneurial faculty, entrepreneurial system, and
Okay.
I will have our provost, Carl Leschway, to answer that question.
Great.
Thank you. So we have been preparing with our deans to be ready to begin these 10 hires as soon as we have funding for it. So we're doing all the kind of prep work now internally, and then working with our kind of external stakeholders who are experts within how do we truly bring entrepreneurs into an academic setting who are able to bring businesses and make this a success. So we have done what we can on our end. We're now bringing it through our board of trustees, and we look forward to being able to move forward with it.
Great. And so from a time frame perspective, you feel like on your end, you're ready to go. You're just waiting for the funds to become available.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. That's super helpful. And then just kind of following up on Representative Piscopo's questions a little bit about the 55 million in deferred maintenance request. If that was approved in any way, could you all illuminate on what that 55 million would go to? I know in our time with you a couple months ago, we saw a little bit about what that 25 was used towards, but if you could share a little bit more detail of why that 55 is essential and what it would be used for most immediately, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Representative Ferrer. And I'm glad you are not terrified of experience and tour of our basement at UConn Health. So I will turn this question to our CFO of UConn Health, and he has all details, what has to be done.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you. So the 55 million current request that we have in front of you is actually for two major groups. One is almost 24.1 million is for deferred maintenance. That is two major buckets. Number one is really expansion, upgrade, and of our lab space and our lab capabilities. And that's really to continue our growth in research. So we have current labs that are back from the 1970s that really need updating. And that is just mirrors our overall plan to increase research, increase capacity, increase recruitment, and especially with our bioscience and our joint ventures that we have with the Jackson Laboratories also. The other large part, though, of 17.1 million is the deferred maintenance for that facility condition assessment. And that is basically the ongoing similar projects that we've seen before. This is, it's not large items, but it's retaining walls, parking lots, boilers, upgrading electrical systems, a lot of maintenance that is required through the campus that we have to do. And again, we have over $300 million on that assessment that was done. We've now chunked it out into basically year over year. What are the priorities that come up? So that is the next year or the next group of priorities in that case. And then some of it is also for equipment. So we're looking for replacement of some clinical equipment, but the majority is on our IT equipment, especially on upgrading and doing some more security work and disaster recovery work, like a lot of other entities throughout the state. IT equipment does come up awful lot for that. So that's across the board for our healthcare, clinical, education, and our research initiatives in the IT realm.
Okay, that's super helpful. I think I just have one quick follow-up, particularly to your point around the lab space. I assume prioritizing that of sense is to ensure that further research dollars can go into UConn Health and recruitment in regards to both students and staff. And that's one of the important features of updating the labs. Is that correct? Or is there another aspect?
That's correct. We have 2 floors of the labs that we didn't update in last 50 years.
Okay.
And it's very hard to recruit the top scientists to come in the labs that we currently have. But I would like Dr. Liang to elaborate further.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Representative Farrar, for that question. Your point is very well taken. You go through the renovated lab to the new lab, what a contrast. And Even for people who are here in the unrenovated lab, they feel a bit of a second-class citizen. We don't want them. I mean, their work is just as important. And then if we want to attract an outside scientist from outside the state of Connecticut to come and move their family here and to recruit new scientists, staff, students, and postdoctoral fellows, they want to be in a lab that has a good HVAC system that they can feel safe about. They want to have the ability to use their equipment and all that. So it's very important we get those labs renovated for the science and innovation mission of UConn Health.
And Dr. Lang, would you anticipate there'd be more research dollars that would come in if these upgrades were made? Is that what you're anticipating?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, majority of our recruitment for scientists from other institutions, they bring their research grants with them. Yeah. So already they are offsetting some of the cost, which is helpful.
Great. Thanks for making that connection. I really appreciate it. I'll set Representative Bohr with my questions. Thank you.
Thank you
so much, Representative Farrar. And yes, we saw the great contrast between the old labs and the new labs, like night and day. Senator Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question. I know the proposals related to maintenance and all that, but we haven't had our annual meeting in finance about your annual shortfall on pensions and benefits and salary costs. I know in last year you had some of your shortfall deficit covered by federal funds, but you did make some additional requests in money. What is the current position right now for the state in regards to your shortfall that you'll anticipate? It's annual, but has the situation improved? Has it worsened? What is the current situation that we as a bonding committee need to consider moving forward post-COVID with challenges to your services and reimbursements? Where are we right now in regards to the projected shortfall and deficit related to your excess cost and benefits, salary increases that are mandated by contractual agreements through the state, and also fringe benefits as well?
So thank you, Senator Huang, for that question. And I know that you had been supporter for many years of the Yukon. So great to see you again and great to see you in good health. So what I know that our unpaid legacy cost is $296 million and that we cannot take it anymore, because that puts us so behind when it comes to competing for the new grants. We had subsidized internally in last 3 years, but I will ask our CFO, Lloyd Blanchett, to give you more specifics and updates.
Thank you, President Merrick. In answer to your question, we began FY23 with an estimated $44 million in unfunded legacy expenses. The General Assembly, thankfully, provided $6 million of that to help sort of reduce the burden on our researchers. That's what President Merrick just referred to. So with that $6 million subtracted from the 44, we have a $38 million remaining expense for UConn's unfunded legacy costs. Jeff could speak to the UConn Health legacy costs.
Yes, thank you. And for UConn Health, we have a $60 million basically unfunded legacy cost, or the legacy cost is both pension and the retiree health insurance. So with the governor's proposed budget, or the changes he made in fiscal 23, originally there was 30 million in there. The proposed changes is to add another 30 million. So the governor's proposal does cover the legacy costs for UConn Health. The only thing outstanding would be the estimated increases related to collective bargaining when they finally get settled. We believe that will be approximately about $29 million. And that would be the only shortfall that has not been fully addressed from what was proposed by the governor.
If I may, I'm glad that we were able to make up the shortfall, and we've had a largest largeness of ARPA money that have been able to give us some flexibility. But what I'm hearing and what I've learned over the years is this is a structural shortfall that will not only be addressed as we had to encounter last year and having ARPA money to be able to address this year, but what about the continuation next year? These are structural shortfalls, and any thoughts and ideas how we can work together with you to address it?
Well, I would say that you're exactly right. This is creating structural deficits in UConn's budget, as I said, to the tune of $38 million. To the extent that that was removed, we would be a healthy organization and be able to invest in a forward-thinking way toward our innovation faculty hires, toward our other research facilities, as well as deal with our deferred maintenance issues. I think you'll find, Senator, that higher education is the only industry in the state that pays these costs. All other state agencies do not pay these costs. So when we pay these costs, it impacts our competitiveness on research grants, as mentioned by President Merrick. It impacts our competitiveness for the top faculty who do this research because they know that they can do their research cheaper and be more competitive at other universities. That is a major impact. And finally, one of the saddest consequences of us having to bear these costs is that our students have to bear these costs. Our students pay $1,000 for each every year to contribute to these costs, not directly, but in part indirectly through their payments of their tuition and fees. $1,000 helps from the students, helps us pay these unfunded legacy costs. And we simply believe that it is unfair for students to pay for retirees.
And similar for UConn Health, I think your point is well made that the $60 million we're talking about does not go away. So we've been very blessed to receive this funding for the past couple of years. But as you state, in fiscal 24 and 25 for the next biennium budget, I still need that. It's not something that's planned to go away. And even for, as Lloyd was mentioning, we can raise tuition or fees and try to put some of that onto students. But for UConn Health, the majority really comes from clinical revenue. And the federal government, through the Medicare and Medicaid programs, do not negotiate with us. They set the rates, and those rates don't include increases to cover such unfunded costs. So it's almost impossible to pass on those or try to pass on those costs to anyone else. So we do, working through this, we're definitely, appreciate, but a long-term plan or a long-term solution is definitely a key for us.
And I greatly appreciate that. I am indeed a strong supporter of UConn, our flagship university that we have tremendous pride throughout the rest of the country. So it is important that we do support UConn, and I do. But it's also important for our colleagues to understand the unique challenges that you have and not just simply belabor you with the burden and the historical cost that you have to bear. But as Mr. Blanchard said, if you were indeed to be unshackled, unlike very similar to many of the other state agencies, you would be in a competitive marketplace to be able to manage your own destiny. That's the unique situation. You do get your money from the state, but at the same time, you also have the unsustainable burden of the policies and the benefits and the salaries that you have to bear as well. And you're competing in a competitive national, international marketplace for talent as well as for delivery of services. So it's a difficult question. I just wanted to be able to share with my colleagues here that this may solve the problem this year, but this is going to come up next year unless we really take a hard look at it, because it is truly an unsustainable model. So, Madam Chair, thank you for the indulgence. I greatly appreciate it. And I also want to share that we've got 4 or 5 other committee meetings going on back and forth, so people can understand that we may not be fully engaged. That is the reason why, not because
Thank
we're
you,
lacking
Senator.
interest.
I explained when we opened up, but thank you for the reminder that legislators are coming in and out because they're simultaneously in many other important meetings as well. So we
And
know.
with that said, I was apologetic for being late as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep, that's fine. We know you're with us. It's okay. So we're right at the 12 o'clock mark, so good timing. Just one follow-up question to that last discussion on the legacy costs. Have you, and I guess this question is to Jeffrey, have you put together any long-term strategy plans that you have presented to the administration to transition away from this? I mean, short of saying, you know, you're covering the cost today and you're not going to cover the cost tomorrow, because that's, you know, probably not feasible, but it's also not feasible for you to continue to sustain it. Has anybody put together a transition plan and presented it to anyone?
So we continually talk with that. There has been no transition plan, though, put together really addressing the long-term nature of the costs. So as we do our normal operations, I think it was mentioned, if we remove one thing and just the legacy, the pension and the retiree health, UConn Health is break even or even slightly profitable to be able to reinvest and put some of that money back into us. But this is the one item that, you know, and again, the average fringe rate for Connecticut hospitals across the state is anywhere from about 27 to 29%. And our average rate on the clinical side is about 70%. So there's nothing in operations that will make up that difference or that delta that we actually have. So again, you know, we're always open to continue to have conversations, but it's nothing we expect that we will ever be able to make up ourselves.
Great, thank you. Lloyd, did you want to add anything to that? I know this is an area that you've been focused on.
Yes, the remaining, you know, we face, this really does create a structural deficit for us. As I mentioned, there's about $38 million of estimated costs for FY23. We start every year to address the structural deficit by rescinding funds from the university to the tune of about $25 million every year. If this $38 million cost would be removed from our budget, it would allow us to not only not take money back from our academic units, but indeed invest more in our academic units. That difference between 38 and 25 would be 13 million. That would allow us to do more financial aid, more scholarships, as well as more seed money for faculty to do research.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, we would love to spend more time with you because there's so much more to discuss. But I see that we already have our treasurer, Sean Wooden, in the queue, and right on time, scheduled 12 o'clock. So without any other hands up or any other pending questions, I want to thank you for your time today and coming forward, and thank you for all the work that you did for the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at 12 o'clock, we have the treasurer's, the office of the state treasurer, and then we have a break, and then we come back for deep for those of you who are watching. Office of the state treasurer, break, deep, Department of Correction, and then desk. So I know I saw, oh, there you are, Sean. How are you today? Good to have you.
I am well.
Owner, do you have a team? Everybody else seems to bring a large team.
I do have a team. I have Sarah Sanders, Assistant Treasurer for Debt Management, David Radcliffe, Policy Director, and Jennifer Patetti, who's our Legislative Affairs Director.
Awesome, thank you. And
is that big or no? Is that big? Is that?
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we acknowledge them because I know everybody's team has members that have a lot to contribute towards the conversation. So thank you for being here.
I'm just the face of the operation.
Yeah. And you know, you have the floor. You can take it away.
Okay. Well, thank you, Representative Boer, Senator Moore, Senator Wong, Representative Piscopo, and members of the General Bonding Subcommittee. I really want to thank you for this opportunity to testify on Connecticut baby bonds. As you know, last year, Connecticut became the first state in the nation to pass a baby bonds program, an innovative policy aimed at closing wealth gaps, ending generational poverty, and generating economic growth in Connecticut. I can't emphasize enough that this would not have been possible without the support of legislative leadership and the leadership of this subcommittee. Representative Boer and Senator Moore, thank you for your steadfast support in getting this visionary legislation across the finish line, and importantly, in the bond authorization bill. The program is simple. Beginning July 1st of last year, every baby whose birth is covered by Husky is allocated up to $3,200 in the Connecticut Baby Bond Trust, which will be invested by my office. Once that child turns 18 years old and has completed a financial education course, they become eligible to claim their share of the trust up until the age of 30. The funds can only be used to pay for higher education, invest in a Connecticut business, put towards purchasing a home in Connecticut, or to save for retirement. Now, let me be clear about the scope of this program. Each of Connecticut's 169 towns have babies born into poverty. In fact, more than 40% of all state births are covered by Husky. That is approximately 16,000 babies born each year into poverty because of Connecticut baby bonds, who now will have a small seed planted for their big future. The potential impact of this program cannot be understated. As of today, there are about 10,200 babies enrolled in Connecticut baby bonds. As news of this program continues to spread, my office is regularly contacted by other states and organizations across the country to learn more about the program and our legislative success in hopes of replicating it for the children in their communities. Since the bill's passage, I've been invited to discuss Connecticut baby bonds with local, state, and national leaders, including with President Biden's domestic policy team at the White House. I was also invited to the US Capitol last fall to stand with US Senator Cory Booker and members of the Connecticut congressional delegation to applaud the work being done in Connecticut, as well as advocate for a national baby bonds program. Additionally, I participated in national panels, most recently a virtual panel hosted by the think tank Prosperity Now and the New School, which was attended by nearly 500 advocates, government leaders, and public policy experts from more than 40 states. And the Federal Reserve Bank of New York has expressed an interest in partnering with us on the program. And my office has held meetings with leaders from Maine, California, Washington, Massachusetts, Maryland, and others who want to create their own baby bonds program. My point in sharing all of this is that what we have done in Connecticut is a big deal here and across the nation. Connecticut, ground zero for wealth and income inequality, has also become a national leader in addressing generational poverty in an innovative way. My office has been working diligently to build the program since its passage last year. We've drafted a legislative proposal that includes a series of technical and clarifying changes that will help administer the program more effectively. I look forward to testifying on that particular bill in the coming weeks. Today, I would like to draw your attention to bonding issues that arose from the amendments to the program passed in the budget implementer last year. You may recall that the program and its funding authorization were passed as part of the bond package, but were subsequently changed without my office's input, I might add, in the implementer. One of the most substantive changes in the implementer, which is a glaring departure from normal bonding procedure, requires Connecticut baby bonds to be funded with proceeds from a specific bond issuance. No other bond program in the state has such a requirement. The proposal I have submitted to this committee reestablishes normal bonding procedures by removing this requirement, which unnecessarily restricts the program and quite frankly, serves no other purpose than to hinder funding of the trust. The second substantive change I've included in my proposal would shift the funding structure of the program so that it is funded prospectively rather than retrospectively. Currently, the bond authorizations are intended to fund births from the preceding fiscal year. This results in a one-year loss of investment time for the funds in the trust. For a program that is based on generating earnings, wasting a year of investment is substantial. My proposal would move up the final year of authorizations so that the State Bond Commission can approve $100 million in fiscal year 23 and fund babies born in both fiscal year 22 and 23 with that amount. Moving forward, if the full $50 million is approved in July of each year, my office can invest and start generating earnings immediately, with any excess set aside to fund future years' babies. This approach will bring the program closer to self-sustainability and reduce its reliance on bond funds moving forward. Achieving this, however, assumes that the governor will include funding for Connecticut baby bonds on the State Bond Commission's July agenda every year there is an authorization. Unfortunately, I have concerns about the commitment of some outside of the legislature to fund this crucial program. I've witnessed firsthand those who eagerly and publicly express their support for the underserved and working families of Connecticut actively undermining the success of the program behind the scenes. Their reluctance to prioritize Connecticut baby bonds ought not doom the program. Connecticut often has a reputation for being the land of steady habits, but the passage of this groundbreaking program proves otherwise. Connecticut baby bonds will help families who have been systemically and historically prevented from building generational wealth break the cycle of poverty and live the American dream. I'm proud that the state of Connecticut has become the national leader on the quest to end generational poverty, and that our program is being held up as a model across the country. Again, I thank the members of this committee for their dedication to making baby bonds a reality. I ask now for your continued commitment and support as we work to ensure the program is supported and fully funded. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Treasurer Wooden. And I do see some hands up. I just want to clarify a couple of things before we move forward, before we lose this thought. So you had mentioned 10,200 children, Husky children have already been the recipients of the 3,200. So we have 32 million that we've already.
So to clarify that, and thank you for that question, they're already enrolled because of their births into the program. So we've set this up as an automatic enrollment system, but they have not received a penny yet.
I know they don't receive a penny, but is 32 million, has that been?
No. So they're named, they're as beneficiaries of this trust in the program, but the funding has not yet come yet into it. And that's part of what we're trying to fix. So every baby born in a fiscal year, we want the funds to start generating a return right away. And for this first year, there will be a gap where, under the best case scenario right now, won't start until July of this year. So it's lost earnings, right? And when we base the projections on 18 years at least of earnings, for this first year, we're losing a year. We're trying to make up for that in our legislative proposal, which says, okay, for this first one, let's do the 100 million, kind of 50 for this current year and 50 for the next year.
Got it. Okay. All right. That's a little bit more clarity for me. I get it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Treasurer Wooden. I think your contribution to the state has been incredible. Is it your feeling that we need to allocate the full 100 million in the short term or could we do it on a graduated basis over, say, a 2-year time frame? I'm just concerned going from 50 to 100 or going from 32 to for another 68 is a way to smooth it to get to the, because as I understand it going forward, then you're going to be asking for an allocation of about 50 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is correct. So the technical answer to your question is yes, you can do that. And the, you know, the cost of doing that and what we're trying to solve for is that we have babies who've been born who are losing anywhere from, you know, call it 11 and a half months to something less of investment earnings for the first cohort, right? So we're trying to make up for that a little bit by doing this for this second year of birth.
Okay. Well, look, I really think that it's the program on generational wealth. I think it's an obvious problem in across the country and in the state. So I think it's something we need to give some serious thought to, and I certainly would look to support this. Apart from coming from Greenwich, where everyone tells me the income distribution is extraordinary, I do have 30 or 28% of the population is is in the Alice population. My own school, the entire school district is at 20% in Title I, free and reduced lunch. And my district that I cover is about 40%. So there is a need across the state to deal with some of these adjustments and try to help and give people a leg up. So I appreciate what you suggested there.
Thank you. And I'll just note, having worked in Greenwich, I'm actually well aware of those statistics, and I remind people across the state that the perception of Greenwich is not exactly as the reality for everyone. The other thing, I just want to commend you for your support being a representative of Greenwich, because sometimes issues like these, you know, I think many people in the public wouldn't imagine that someone like you would actually care about these issues and be supportive. And so I thank you for that.
Thank you. And if I could, Chair, going forward, as we talk about your role in selecting the pay down of liabilities for the state with the excess rainy day funds, I'd like to talk about a secondary potential impact as we were just getting off the conversation on the unfunded liabilities at the university system. I'm wondering if we need to think on the second step as we are reducing our unfunded liabilities, if we need to think both through your office and as a legislature, should we be paying down some of these unfunded legacies, whether it's at the universities or the airport authorities, so we can increase our competition and even reduce what our ongoing unfunded, you know, the constant claims we get from the university system to try to help them top off because of legacy pension funds and all. And I'd love to work with you on that, you know, as a second step, because I think this year with 1.6 billion,
yep,
we'll free up 160 million or 140 million roughly in the revenue stream. And I'd like to see us work towards dedicating some of that to solve some of these other issues, so we're not constantly plugging a hole in the unfunded liabilities as well.
No, I'd be happy to work with you on that. And we've already given some thought to the UConn Health Center in particular. And just, you know, I'll leave you with this. The liability that exists is the state's. Wherever we place it, it's the state's liability. And on our balance sheet, it's there. UConn is not competitive with respect to grant applications because of those liabilities. So it trickles down to make, you know, kind of our flagship medical and research institution less competitive because of it. So I think we need to have a conversation about how to handle that liability and perhaps consider removing it from the balance sheet of the institution, and freeing up and making it more competitive to grow. So I'd be happy to engage in that conversation.
And I think you get broad support from both sides of the aisle on the issue, because I think what you're waving as a flag is we're losing out on grants. So explicitly, we're losing out on federal aid to our flagship university because of the structural issue we have there. So I think improving or removing those impediments are essential.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for all you do.
Yeah, and to underscore that, we can, for those that care about honoring those commitments, those legacy commitments, we can honor those commitments and make the institution more competitive. So
thank you very much for all you do. That's all for me.
thank you.
Great, thank you. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Treasurer Wooden, for your testimony. I appreciate it. I gotta admit, this one took me a little bit by surprise that when it showed up in the bond package. It would seem to me that this would be, without mentioning the policy, I don't want to debate the policy. You make a very, very persuasive argument for your this baby bonds program, but without even touching on the policy, it would seem that it would go through appropriations. You would then set up a revolving fund, a loan fund, and generate the money, free up federal money, whatever you can, and go that route instead of borrowing to pay for, instead of going to the bond subcommittee. So I was, I was taking, it just kind of surprised me, I guess I'll say. My question would be, you're asking for the 100 million of what population of Husky is it going to be set up as a revolving loan fund through your office, and then you will make payments through that? Let's just start with that simple question.
Sure. So it's not a revolving loan fund in the sense of seeding a fund that monies are lent out and then returned by the recipients and to fund future loans. So in that sense, it's not. This is essentially a grant-based, funding a grant-based program. So now revolving, to take it a step further, and just kind of make up my own definition for it, or to expand yours, in terms of thinking about sustainability. And what we're proposing is creating a structure where it can be sustained longer because of the structure of funding. And if the births change in a given year, right, 3,200 is based on it, I think our estimate of the prior 6 years of average births and so forth, those funds would stay in the program. And so that's how you perpetuate greater sustainability without an additional request to the legislature for funds. And then if I could comment on a third piece that might be implicit, and where you started in the conversation about like where this should be and so forth. I would argue, and I would be supported by a lot of research in this, that in any way that the state borrows to make investments and expect a return on that investment, this is that same construct from a policy perspective, right? And the return here is on human capital return. There's a return in terms of the program is structured for Connecticut investment. So, you can't go to New York and put money into a home in New York, right? So there are lots of ways that this is reinvesting in Connecticut and children and communities and in our state economy. And there's lots of data to show payoff from it. So.
Thank you. You anticipated my follow-up question on that, and I appreciate that. So I guess I would rephrase a revolving grant fund, but so you're setting up this fund. Is it, and Representative Mesker's kind of hit on it, is the debt service. The amount of debt service is pretty substantial on this kind of outlay. So if you treat it as a grant fund, can you add a component where you take care of the debt service with this fund, I would feel much better if you would say yes to that question.
Well, okay, so technically this same fund, so debt service is not unlike any other dollar that we borrow out of the general obligation bonding program, right? This is always a question of just what are our priorities, right? But I have supported the state's debt diet, right? I don't know how well that goes over in this room, but in terms of us bringing down our overall debt and liabilities and the fixed costs that have been steadily growing, that's something that I've been very supportive of. We have achieved that, right? And it's, when I say achieved, we've been doing that since I've come into the office, since the governor's been in a significant way, right? And it's paying dividends. So when we think about like debt service, it's just debt service on every dollar that we decide to spend. Just so happens in this case, the legislature made this as part of the priority by putting it in a bond authorization package. Now on borrowing generally, we have achieved some of the lowest, historically low interest rates. So borrowing has been cheaper than any time in recent state history. We have refunded outstanding bonds, bringing down debt service. So the state is actually making significant progress on bringing down those costs and borrowing at a cheaper level. I just spoke on Monday at a conference with investors and underwriters, bankers, and talking about Connecticut. And it has been noticed big time nationally what we've done with borrowing, with our pensions, additional payments. And that's all of that, restructuring teachers pension fund, all of that has created historic moments for this state. We've had 4 credit rating upgrades. And in our first one last spring was, I think it was Moody's, was the first one in over 20 years for the state of Connecticut. So I would say as we think about these things, one, our debt service numbers are coming down because we're borrowing less. Our cost of borrowing has come down because we've done all of these other fiscally responsible things. Our demand from investors for our bonds have increased. And in 2019, we were 5 times oversubscribed for a bond issuance. And so we're moving in the right direction. We're borrowing at historically low borrowing costs. And all of this with baby bonds is being done within the debt diet, or what I will call the modified debt diet that was approved by the legislature. So it's all within that construct.
Thank you, Treasurer Wooden. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. And to your point, Treasurer Wooden, the debt limit, we're at about 81% for the bonding authorization, which is pretty low compared to other years based on, the revenue consensus. So
based on very recent years, I would add, and, so we have, I would say, at least 2 billion of capacity before we even get to the 90% threshold that starts triggering kind of certain scrutiny. So
yep, not that we want to use it, but it's nice.
Correct.
To have that cushion.
That's right.
Yes, great. Okay. I'm going to turn to our senator co-chair just because she hasn't had an opportunity because she's been in 2 other meetings. And then Kate, I'll come back to you if that's okay. Senator Moore.
Thank you. I apologize. I am in between 3.
I feel for you this time of year.
So there's 3 of me. But I was listening. So thank you, Treasurer Wooden. I heard everything that you said. I had a question. Someone else had asked about bonding versus appropriations. Could you just briefly explain why you chose bonding over appropriations and why appropriations would not be appropriate for this venture?
Sure. So it was not a question in terms of one being more appropriate than the other. It was really just a process of brainstorming of the various options to fund the program, which eventually, because of other general operating fund priorities and expenditures, given that and this is discussions with OPM, with the appropriations co-chairs, with finance, revenue and bonding, that it just ultimately ended up making more sense for our budget process to go the bonding route. A combination of the lower interest rates, the fact that we could structure this within the overall caps that myself and the governor and others were operating under. There was the space to do it. So that's why it ended up with bonding.
Thank you. The other question is, and this has to do with the children who would be born under Husky and would qualify for this. So they're born in Connecticut, right? And what happens if they leave the state? Are they still privy to that bond money? The baby bonds?
At the time of claiming the funds, they would have to be Connecticut residents. So if they left the state and came back, it would still be there, right? So the most obvious case that I think everyone would agree makes sense is they should be able to go to college wherever they want, if that's in their dreams, and including out of state, and come back and start a life and a family here in Connecticut. And we want that, but so didn't want to penalize movement that way, but did want to incentivize. And the incentive comes in two ways. One, I haven't talked about here yet, which is families and kids. Again, there are studies I'm happy to share with the committee that shows the positive effect on families early on in the process without ever claiming a dime of this. And the studies have been done in the context of mostly education savings accounts and how it changes families' behaviors, so forth. So that's the first tier of benefit that I would expect our state to see. But the second, in terms of utilizing the funds, they have to be a Connecticut resident when they utilize the funds. And with respect to home ownership, business, so forth, that has to be in Connecticut.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Moore. So just to clarify, if they're born and they're in Medicaid and they come off of Medicaid, they still get the funds at 18, right?
That is correct. And if I could comment on that, we gave that consideration, and we, at least I don't want to, as a policy matter, encourage staying in poverty levels, right? And so the thinking of a family makes strides and then you lose a benefit that's helped that. So it was constructed kind of with that in mind, not to penalize families if they're able to, climb up the economic ladder.
Understood. But if they're born in Connecticut on Medicaid and the funds are earmarked for that baby and they move out of Connecticut, they do not get the funds when they turn 18, correct?
If they stay out of Connecticut, correct.
Okay.
And those funds would stay in the program, right? And, we don't, because we've never done this before, we don't know what that percentage is, but there will be some percentage. And our hope is that goes again towards contributing towards sustainability of the program without a need for additional state funding.
Got it. Understood. Okay, Representative Farrar has been very patient.
All good. Thanks, Representative Boer. Your questions and Senator Moore answered some of my questions. So it just reduces everyone's questions. It's super helpful. Hi, Treasurer. Nice to see you. I did want to say one thing, that I appreciated the conversation between you and Representative Meskers, especially on the unfunded liability for universities. And, would just say we just voted a bill out of higher education, Senate Bill 8, that addresses this specifically. So would love to ensure that we all work on that together. I wanted to highlight something you said at the outset in your testimony, a little bit about, how much, want to invest now to ensure that there's not a lack of investment, when this is less of a hot topic, right? Or dependent on political whims. So I'm curious, you had said, we want to do this 100 million. And what's the schedule of bonding funding you're seeing to fulfill this program to keep it sustainable? But then secondly, are you suggesting that we do more on the front end so that you're not having to come back, in 10 years, to make further bonding requests?
Well, what we're suggesting is that it's a one-time higher front end.
Yeah, okay.
But in subsequent years, it would stay steady at the 50 million. So we're trying to play catch up a little bit from an investment earnings perspective, and yeah.
And you think the 50 million, like each year, the way you forecasted it out, would sustain the need that you spoke to?
Yes, I think
Okay.
that each year with the legislative modifications that we've proposed, I touched on a few of them, would address sustainability over a longer period of time. So what the legislature contemplated initially was a 12-year program.
Right.
Right. And and I think, presumably if it's really successful, legislature would revisit it. But with the changes we're proposing, the money essentially would be recycled. Funds those who've moved out of state in the program. Those we have fewer births, it's in the program, right? So the legislature's original authorization would actually extend for life beyond those 12 years.
And then, as you said, as it develops, there's certainly going to be learning from that would go into what further requests there could be, I imagine.
Yes, in fact, we're having discussions about having a third-party evaluator and research along with the program to inform the learnings. It's, obviously it's important for us and for you as a legislature. In fact, I think we should do this with all funding, do a level of evaluation of the efficacy of how those dollars are spent. But we certainly intend to do that at Treasury and would be happy to share those findings. And, quite frankly, the nation is watching Connecticut. And so there are a lot of people interested in the learnings from what we're doing.
Great. Thanks for all that clarification, Representative Boer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Representative Farrar. Representative Paolillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Treasurer. Good to see you. Thank you for your testimony and for your leadership here. Certainly supportive of this ask and your thoughtfulness with pioneering this investment in human beings, frankly, it is so noteworthy. Question, you just mentioned bringing in a third party to look at the sustainability. How is this trust going to be managed in terms of investment allocation, since this is such a long-term proposition and looking at investing down the road, possibly 18, 20, 25 years before folks would touch this and access these dollars? So what is the investment allocation? What is the planning and the thought there?
Sure. So the thought is that it would be invested alongside of our state pension funds, common retirement plans and trust funds, which is like the major pension funds plus a bunch of trust funds, and that we invest on a long-term basis. So I already, in the investment team, we think in like 10 and 20-year increments for an investment return in generation. So the portfolio will be a diversified portfolio with stocks, bonds, private assets like private equity, venture capital, but a highly diversified mix designed to generate that return over a long period of time, right? Similar to what we need to do for our pension fund beneficiaries who, state workers who are expecting, retire in 20 years and what's going to be there. So we think about it in the same way, and this is being structured as a separate vehicle that would be invested alongside with those others, because the investment horizon is essentially the same as what we think about for retirees.
So program being called baby bonds, but there will be equities inside in the underlying trust fund to be able to create that growth. So as an example, because you mentioned the pensions and a couple folks before, Representative Meskers talked about obviously pay down of liabilities and looking at the massive investments that have been made in our pension funds over the last year to fiscal year. What are the investment makeups or the allocations inside? Is it 60-40? Is it a pretty conservative mix as you kind of invest in those different plans?
Yeah, as you're asking that, I may have forgotten to introduce someone. Is Ted on the call? My Chief Investment Officer. My apologies for forgetting to introduce you earlier.
Okay.
But
I'm here.
But so Chief Investment Officer, State of Connecticut. So why don't you give them the breakdown?
Sure.
For our allocation.
Yeah, we have it's highly diversified. It's not 60-40. It's probably, and it varies day by day. So you're talking in the 40% public equities, but it's also combined with a decent amount of private equity, private real estate, private credit, as well as a mixture of high grade and high yield bonds. So, the thinking, like the treasurer said, is the duration of this product is comparable to the pension itself. So we can easily structure this in the same way.
So certainly, yes, I appreciate that follow-up and considering that this is a long-term investment. I feel that that's entirely suitable to maximize that $3,200 initial investment, certainly over a period of time. So Treasurer, would it work like a 529 plan later on upon withdrawal, in that it's used for the purposes that you've laid out, and it's been laid out that it would just be whatever that share for the 18 or 20 or 25-year-old would be, whatever that grant number is at that point, that's what they would receive tax-free?
Yeah, so excellent question. So the initial amount would be up to $3,200 per child, based on state law. And you're correct, for that cohort, and we put the years in cohorts, that up to $3,200 would be invested, and whatever those investment earnings are on that tranche, when they claimed them, they would get a pro rata share of those investment earnings. For Connecticut tax law purposes, the legislation carves out paying income tax on it. We are working, and in fact, I will be in Washington, D.C. next month, lobbying, amongst other things, for a federal law that excludes consideration of this amount for federal financial aid, a variety of things in federal taxation as well. So we've addressed it on the state level. We want to also address it on the federal level. And this might be getting hyper technical, but one big distinction from a 529 plan is 529, the beneficiary is the beneficiary from the first day, like with the right to claim. Just technically speaking, the right to claim and to vest those funds aren't in that individual until they're eligible at 18, financial education requirement, and they're in state, right? So different from 529, they take the money out early and it's like theirs, right? This really becomes theirs when they meet all those requirements later.
Perfect. Treasurer, again, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your responsiveness and preparation for today. And thank you, Representative Boer, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Representative. That was an excellent question. Okay, I don't see any other hands at the moment, so I want to thank you, Treasurer Wooden, for being here, for all you do for the state of Connecticut. Thank you to your team. I know they were on standby. They didn't have too much opportunity to speak, but I know that they were at the ready in case we needed them. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much, and really do appreciate your support. And I hope by your comments you weren't saying I talk too much. No, you don't have to answer. Thank
I would
you.
never say that publicly.
Thank you so much.
Thanks again.
All right.
Okay, so to our legislators, we have a 15-minute break. We built that in so everybody could run and grab a quick something to eat, or we also built that cushion in case we ran over, and we did run over. We were supposed to stop at 12:30, but it was a very worthy discussion, so we wanted to hang in there. So we are, I think, Christina, where are you? Are you? Okay, are you going to put something, maybe just a screen share, so if anybody's comes on that says we'll return at 1 o'clock?
Yeah, I'm going to change my name to In Recess.
Okay.
And they will return at 1.
Okay, just so that if any other legislators that are coming in and out, they understand what's going on. All right, great. I'll see you all in a few minutes.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
Okay, everyone, for those of you who are there, if you want to come on back, we're going to open back up. Thanks so much. We took a recess. We had a morning of agencies that we met with, and thank you to everybody who's watching for coming back. We are going to, for the rest of the afternoon, just so everybody has an idea of what other agencies are coming up. Next, we're going to hear from the Department of Energy and Environment Protection. 2 o'clock, we are going to hear from the Department of Correction. 2:30 is the Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to hear from the Connecticut Next program. So with that, I see some familiar faces on the screen. We have a lot of great members from DEEP, and we want to welcome you for coming back and working with us and going over all the great things that you have going on, and want to focus on your funding requests, any large unfunded, any large unallocated funds. If you can talk to those a little bit and what the plans are and any new requests, that would be great. So with that, I'm going to open it up to Commissioner Dykes.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Representative Boer, for the opportunity to speak to the subcommittee, and also want to say a welcome or a hello to Senator Moore and Senator Huang and Representative Piscopo and all the members of the subcommittee. I really appreciate this opportunity to appear before you with many members of my team. I won't introduce them all, but I will be referring a lot of questions to our individual team members for response, and we'll introduce them at that point. But we are, appreciative of this opportunity to discuss the DEEP's FY 2023 midterm capital budget adjustment that has been proposed. I will just note we're very appreciative of the proposed increase in this midterm capital budget adjustment of $15 million in general obligation bonding that's proposed for DEEP's infrastructure program. I'll just underscore how proud we have been to be able to support the explosion in public interest in our parks and outdoor recreation areas that DEEP manages. We have, 260,000 plus acres and over 1,000 buildings across the state parks and boat launches and other outdoor recreation assets that we are privileged to operate on behalf of the public. And we saw a doubling in number of visitors enjoying our state parks and forests. Approximately $13 million visitors visiting our state parks and forests every year. I will note that these assets across these parks are really treasured, cherished facilities, but they are aging, and in many cases we are not able to provide to the public and to out-of-state visitors who are an important part of our tourism economy the kinds of services that we should be able to that are I think other states are able to provide. And so this increase in funding in geo-bonding would enable us to begin to tackle in a meaningful way the backlog of maintenance that's needed across many of these facilities. This includes being able to implement ADA accommodations that we're behind on, being able to improve water supply and sewage disposal at some of our outdoor recreation and camping facilities, upgrading our bathrooms, and making other improvements to staff facilities and maintenance facilities that are critical for our staff to be able to work effectively. This kind of investment, again, is to help address this backlog. I'll note that there's also an additional recommendation that the governor's budget includes of $25 million in ARPA funds that would additionally complement our ability to really bring up the standard of our facilities that clearly the public has been relying on in a significant way during the pandemic. I just want to also underscore the continued support for DEEP's capital programs that we've seen over the years. As you know, we have a lot of diverse responsibilities around environmental quality and environmental conservation and energy programs. And we have new emerging opportunities with the federal infrastructure bill that many of those, the bond funds that are authorized here will help us support communities across the state to be able to compete for and to fund in terms of matching funds that we know will be needed to capture some of the enhanced opportunities available for infrastructure under the federal infrastructure bill. I think I'll just pause there. There's a lot to go through. Imagine the subcommittee may have some questions for us. So I will just be brief here and welcome any questions that the committee may have for us.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I don't see any questions yet, but I think everybody's just kind of was waiting to work through them. There was some discussion this morning about clean water. So as far as upgrading the parks, I think, that's easy for everybody to understand, right? Our parks are getting old. We have 13 million visitors. Our bathrooms need upgrading. That's a little bit more simpler than clean water because there's two different programs. We have ARPA, we have infrastructure funds coming in. There's a priority list that's developed. There's sewer, wastewater, stormwater involved. So I was wondering if we could focus a little bit on clean water, how that works, what the plan is with leveraging the federal funds and how you see that working out in the next year if you receive this additional funds.
Terrific. Thank you so much. And I'm appreciative of the interest in Clean Water Fund. I know we had the opportunity to talk a bit about this with the Appropriations Committee yesterday. So I believe we have Graham Stevens on, who is our Bureau Chief for Water Planning and Land Reuse. And I'll invite Graham in the interest of time, if you want to speak briefly to what's in store for the Clean Water Fund, particularly with respect to the infrastructure bill.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Pleasure to be here today, and Representative for great question. Infrastructure is vitally important, particularly as we're talking about the bipartisan infrastructure law, and our clean water infrastructure is often unseen, and it is aged, unfortunately, like some of our park facilities, but some of these wastewater infrastructure are 100+ years old, and we have a significant burden to many of our most urban communities, several of which have combined sewer overflow issues, whereby the stormwater and sewage is conveyed in the same system, and surcharges during periods of heavy rain, causing the systems to have engineered bypasses that discharge to our waterways, untreated sewage, and the potential for the sewage to back up into people's homes. And also cause localized flooding as well. So, significant challenges are facing Connecticut and have been for decades. And we continue to make progress, thanks in large part to, to the significant investment Connecticut has made through legislative as well as executive interest through our Clean Water Fund. And so we are very happy to see that the bipartisan infrastructure law has put a lot of money into the Clean Water Fund programs. And just so the subcommittee knows, over the next 5 years for the rollout of the bipartisan infrastructure law, we will see an additional $136.6 million coming through our Clean Water State Revolving Fund. That's in addition to the base funding that we receive. Connecticut receives 1.2% of the federal allotment for clean water funds. Although I will say, being in the Northeast, we have a lot of needs with the outdated and aged infrastructure. So we're hoping to continue to put that money into projects of great significance and importance, and that includes our CSO communities, like I've previously mentioned. There's wastewater treatment plant upgrades of significant size in Bridgeport that are being planned, and we cannot forget our small communities who may be small in size, but they do also have environmental challenges, where we try to create a set aside in what is called our priority list or our intended use plan that's required by the federal government to use these dollars to make sure that we also can address the pollution issues that are facing our smaller systems and smaller communities. And I'll pause there. I know that was just a bit of a piece of information, but if you have any more specific questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you very much for that. So that's good information. I just want to make sure I have my numbers right. So the 1.2% is the overall allotment that Connecticut gets through the normal course.
For the normal course, correct.
Okay. And then
the federal level.
we're getting 136 million through the infrastructure bill.
Correct, for the supplemental clean water fund state revolving program, correct.
And
there are additional pots of money that are available that are associated with clean water and wastewater infrastructure. Many of those pots of money are competitive. And this is where, you know, DEEP, and I would say all agencies across state government are trying to get as much information from the federal government as we can as quickly as possible, because a lot of these programs are new and modified, so that we can ensure that our municipalities, NGOs, and others have that information so that they can be ready to apply for those funds, because we want to bring as many dollars as possible to our state.
right, okay. So the ARPA funds that the individual municipalities are receiving, there is a specific category for wastewater, stormwater, and broadband. Do you see the municipalities, you know, I think they were waiting for the final guidelines to come out. They came out in January before some of them had their plans, or they were, you know, allocating. Do you see the municipalities taking advantage of that category to help fund some of the projects that they've had on the priority list for years, and will that help alleviate some of the need?
That can help, because obviously, while our Clean Water Funds program is I think one of the best in the nation, and provides a significant amount of grant dollars thanks to the state's general obligation bonds that we put into that fund. It is not a full grant program, so there's municipal match, and as you know, if a municipality is putting forward a project, they often have to go out and bond for the entire amount, regardless of how much they're going to get in grant or loan from the state. So that is a challenge, particularly in this economic time. Those ARPA funds, I know in one case, have been used to plug a gap as it relates to cost overruns associated with supply chain and the increasing costs of metal goods that's happening globally. So I know that those are available, and at least one municipality has used those already. And I imagine others would be using those potentially in lieu of you know, going out for municipal bonding for that infrastructure.
Sure, thanks. And I really do hope that the municipalities are taking advantage of that category, because to your point, some of these cities have aging, you know, archaic infrastructure, and will never see this type, I don't want to say never, but have never seen this type of funding allowable for this type of usage in the past, and we don't know if they will again. So hopefully they're taking advantage. For that 136 million that's coming through the infrastructure, will that be used in the same, will it have the same restrictions, come up with a priority list? How are we planning to disseminate that and determine how that funding will be used?
As we understand it now, and EPA is still finalizing their guidance, we are engaged in sometimes multiple calls per week with EPA on their proposed guidance items. That will fall within the same category of our base funding. So we do a call for projects from our municipal partners, and also, you know, get the word out to the NGOs who might be partnering with them on some of the more, you know, green infrastructure type approaches that can be funded. And we need to, you know, post that priority list for public feedback. We host a hearing, and then we finalize and have EPA's concurrence on that intended use plan or priority list, so that we can start, you know, funding those projects with the municipal partners. So that will definitely be something that, from what we've seen, will be under the same umbrella. But if we think back to the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, we also received money supplemental to the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and there were some additional restrictions put on by EPA, including having set aside of 20% for green infrastructure and energy efficiencies. So we'll hope to see the final guidance soon, and we hope that it does have some flexibility so that we can try to get as many creative projects funded that fit within the categories that are fundable under the Clean Water Act and under our state statutes, as well as there's state statutes that govern how we use the Clean Water Fund and regulations as well.
Okay, and I see other hands up, and I'll get to them in just a second. I don't want to take up all the time, but clean water is such a critical need and such a, and it's such a significant amount. So if we do not provide this additional funding in the bond bill through the authorization, we will lose this federal leveraging opportunity. Is that correct?
I look at it a little bit differently. I look at it as that we have a significant backlog of demand, pent-up demand. And, if we want to maximize those federal dollars, both from the supplemental as well as the competitive pots of money, it's critical to be able to, keep the Clean Water Fund, which is a fund that's managed in partnership, with the Treasurer's Office, which is very robust fund to make sure that money is continued to receive, a sufficient number of funds from the federal government as well as from, general obligation and revenue bonds to keep that moving, right? So it's continuing to feed projects and stay quite robust. So I think that, it's not that a certain amount of money is otherwise is critical, otherwise we don't get those federal funds. But we want to be able to tackle as many projects as possible. And these projects come in large chunks. So, sometimes, the federal money will go in, but then it's also included in that grant is significant state funds as well to make sure that the project's able to be completed. So I don't want to say that money, without that money, we don't get any federal funds, but I think that there's some symbiosis there.
Okay, and I'm pulling up your unallocated and I'll come back to it. We did put an additional 50 million in for clean water last year above and beyond the request this subcommittee did. So I just want to make sure it's clear, because we already added more funding for clean water, exactly what's needed, because we want to make sure we fund it, but we also want to make sure that we're doing it,
Absolutely, and it's totally understandable. And I think the one thing I'd say on the project pipeline is some of the projects have slipped because of COVID and supply chain issues. So obviously we get a call for projects, we get schedules with that, but those schedules are sometimes subject to change, and a lot of times that's either on supply chain or municipal on the municipal side.
Great, thanks. Okay, Representative Meskers, you've been very patient.
I think that's the first time I've been told that, so thank you very much. Graham, I want to direct you with a specific question. I sit on energy and technology. We deal with, the carbon footprint. Now I'm hearing, obviously from the infrastructure bills, there's both resiliency and there is clean water in terms of the sound and remediating problems in the sound. And given that, and I mentioned this in our earlier conversation, I don't think you guys were on. Given the various pots of money from the infrastructure fund, it would be very helpful if DEEP would lead guidance to the municipalities. Because what I'm looking at is the ability to both retrofit some of our sewage treatment plants to deal with the sound issues, as well as dealing with resiliency, as well as dealing with the governor's goals on a carbon footprint in terms of, doing some recycling or biodigesters in the sewage plants. So I'd love to have us and it would be helpful, given what you're telling me about your conversations with the EPA, if you would think about preparing to go to the municipalities about what funding they need to have ready, as well as the state will have ready to grab the federal dollars for some of those infrastructure plans in relation to cleaning up the sound and coastal resiliency. Because I think the guidance from the state will be essential. And from DEEP, obviously.
I'm happy to.
What do you,
yeah.
okay.
Go ahead, or maybe I'll start to say, I think this is absolutely critical. I was actually, we've had, I was on some meetings with our team earlier today to talk about exactly how we can do this. I do want to say, I think this is one of the fortunate things for Connecticut that we have a merged agency like this that includes both energy, and environmental quality and environmental conservation, because many of these opportunities that are before us with the infrastructure bill will I think bring together, if we do this right, the ability to advance climate resilient projects, such as in the clean water space, that are also taking advantage of energy efficiency or other energy conservation or carbon mitigation opportunities. And so I think what we're hoping is that we'll be able to provide a front door, knowing we have 169 different municipalities, in many cases, the municipalities who are owners of this infrastructure or who will be the eligible applicants for some of the federal funding programs, that, we want to make sure that we're able to provide good, planning, support, and technical assistance within our available resources for municipalities so that they can advance comprehensive plans and projects. And I do want to, it's relevant to this subcommittee. I'll note that one of the bond-funded programs is for the Microgrid and Resilience Grant and Loan Pilot Program. And this was actually in the after Tropical Storm Isaias with the Take Back the Grid Act. The legislature approved an expansion of the microgrid program, which we've been operating for nearly a decade, to include to broaden it to include grants to municipalities for resilience. And so we are actively working on getting an RFP together or a funding opportunity announcement together for municipalities to be ready to go by the hopefully by early summer, to enable municipalities to take advantage of what will essentially be planning grants and technical assistance grants, or possibly even assistance with writing applications for federal funding for municipalities that will braid together and look at grid resilience as part of and climate resilience, greenhouse gas mitigation as part of planning for infrastructure projects across the state. So I just wanted to note that, since that's one of the items that's included in that depends on bond funding, that we're eager to get the guidelines for that program moving. And I think that will help to, bring all of these provide technical assistance and support municipalities to bring all of these different threads together. As we've heard over and over from the federal agencies that we've been talking to, that they're eager to, see applications for the various infrastructure programs that, you might see one project that could pull funding from multiple infrastructure bill authorized programs. So anyway, that's just a plug for that Microgrid and Resilience Grant and Loan Pilot Program. And then, to the extent that your question speaks specifically to clean water, I know we've had some, you've been great in asking about, for example, anaerobic digestion and methane capture and those types of things. If that's behind your question, we're happy to go into a little bit more detail on that as well, if that was relevant. But I'll pause there.
Okay, if I could just follow up, I guess the issue, and I don't want to belabor the point, the issue is I would appreciate, I think, from DEEP that we engage in direct, maybe an open municipal conversation with, particularly along the shoreline, where you've got all the clean sound funds and all of the municipalities that have sewer plants, and all, to think about how we can combine the various pots of money and what the municipalities need to line up in funding to try to get some of this accomplished. Because we would certainly be willing to work with you down here in Greenwich. I'm sure Carolyn would be thrilled to help you in Stamford. And those are two huge, I mean, between the two of us, that's 300,000 or 320,000 of the shoreline population. You know, putting sewage into the sound that's treated, but maybe we could do something even better. Okay, but thanks.
Sure, would be happy to work with you on that. That's great.
Representative Piscopo, you had your hand up before. Did you lower it or? You're on mute.
Sorry, Madam Chair, two things at once here. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask you on the funding for the dams. There's been some of our caucus members that had received mandates from DEP to repair a dam, municipally owned dam, and they're desperately searching for some sort of assistance on it. They're not cheap to renovate. So I was just wondering about your funding for various water control problems on the control programs for dams.
Certainly, you know, and I know that for many of us, you know, across the state that have jurisdictional responsibility for, you know, dam maintenance, dam safety, and flood control facilities, with all the intense rainstorms that we're experiencing, this is a really critical program. I'm going to turn again to Graham for a response to your question there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Representative, good to see you again. So we have heard from, I think, some of your constituents and other dam owners, municipalities, and lake associations since the bipartisan infrastructure law's passage. And there are dollars out there. Again, we are waiting on some guidance. The one thing that, I'd point out, and the subcommittee knows, is that DEEP owns has responsibility for some 260 dams, as well as 29 flood control structures across the state that really serve a lot of different purposes, including protecting municipalities from frequent flooding. But we are looking at the FEMA funds, and we are also trying to look and work creatively with the USDA NRCS here in Connecticut to try to maximize some of their funding that might be made available for municipalities. So we had a call with multiple municipalities recently about that NRCS funding, trying to find a unique way to bring some of that money to Connecticut, where it typically flows, a lot of it flows to more West Coast large or Western large agricultural uses, but we're trying to find creative ways to try to bring that money here to help more of our dam owners, because ultimately we need to have these structures safe to serve the purposes that they serve, and not to imperil life or property. There's also competitive funds available if any of your constituents are looking for removing that structure so they wouldn't have that long-term burden. We're waiting on some guidance from NOAA on that funding, but certainly we are going to be engaging with municipal dam owners, NGOs, private property owners, when that funding becomes available, to try to achieve some of our dam removal as well as habitat goals.
Thank you, Graham, and thank you, Commissioner. I want to publicly thank you for helping me preserve a beautiful piece of property up there in Harwinton. So I appreciate that, and we'll be in touch. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. Let's see. I have a few other questions, but I'm going to turn to Representative Mushinski.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask the Commissioner, since we have additional federal money this year, I think, which can be used for this, are we going to do anything to fix one or two of the combined sewer overflows that affect the urban areas, the urban swimming areas, and where rivers come into the harbors in places like New Haven, Bridgeport, any of those urban swimming areas?
This is certainly a high priority for us. And, I think that's one of the reasons that we're so grateful for the legislature's longstanding support and for this funding in the Clean Water Program. Even before we contemplate the increase in the federal funding that's available through the infrastructure bill, I think this the bond funding here has enabled us to really provide some generous support to municipalities to help tackle some of those combined sewer overflow projects across the state. These are the most highly ranked projects in our priority list. They can be fairly capital intensive. And so, but we are eager to, we're just, I think, continuing to be able to provide this level of support within the Clean Water Fund, the bond authorizations is critical for us to be able to make that progress. And the additional federal funds coming from the infrastructure bill that plus up this program will also be very important. I think we are, we're just seeing with that we have with climate change and the more frequent intense storms and the rainstorms that we've been experiencing, that those challenges of having that combined sewer, those systems, and the impact on our waterways and our water quality and the ability to maintain healthy, safe access to swimming in the sound and so on, it's more critical than ever that we get these infrastructure projects moving forward. We have major projects underway in Hartford. We're ramping up in Bridgeport as well, but this is a top priority, and the scoring for how these funds are allocated reflects that.
Good. That's good. I'm thinking this may be a one shot on the federal money, so I hope we will make the best use of it. That some of these long-standing CSOs could maybe be fixed. All right. Thanks, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. Okay, while I wait for other hands, I could fit some of my questions, more of my questions in there. Earlier today, we heard from state universities and colleges, and they were talking about their goals for net zero buildings and their clean and green energy. And I'm just wondering, for other state agencies, when they have bond requests before us for deferred maintenance or building, do they consult with internally with DEEP when they're looking to make these upgrades? Do you work with the other agencies towards those efforts?
So the answer is not always, but it's certainly a positive practice that we're encouraging. I think through Executive Order 1, which was the governor's executive order that he issued in 2019 around greener gov and leading by example, that has been a great catalyst for efficiency and sustainability to upgrades as part of state facilities. But we have had some of our colleges and universities participate on a voluntary basis to get involved with Executive Order 1, as we know that they have there's a lot of great commitments that are coming forward from some of our state colleges and universities to meet the goals that they're setting themselves. We do, but I want to open up to our team. I think Vicki Hackett is our acting deputy for energy and may be able to speak additionally to how we consult or work with them on lead by example programs, just briefly.
Yeah, so through the program, if they're looking for funding, they will think to come to us to help with efficiency related and sustainability related upgrades. And we're trying to sort of socialize that more across state government. But sometimes, they do projects without letting us know. And sometimes they've even done projects that are related to efficiency without seeking funding from us, which is great. But we are, I think that it's definitely becoming much more socialized across state government, and we're working hand in hand with agencies across state government. We've seen a lot of good progress there.
Got it. Okay, so that begs two more questions. So when you say they come to you sometimes for that funding, they have requests into us for bonding allocation for that funding. So you have a funding source for them for energy efficient upgrades?
Right. So the bonding that we request is used for those other agencies. That's right for the lead by example or Greener Gov program. It's allocated. So we organize the energy audit process, and we have a whole, we've done energy audits of a whole stream of state buildings. We work with all the state energies to enter their energy data into our system. And we do the audits for them, and then we develop a list of projects that come in that way.
Got it. So, Katie, you had mentioned that they don't always consult with you. So does that, would it be ideal if they did? And is that something that perhaps we should build into when we provide funding to provide to the agencies, that we require consultation with DEEP?
That's an interesting question. I think that through the Governor's Council on Climate Change process, actually, we heard from some participants in the Governor's Council about thinking about utilizing some of those planning kind of cross checks, if you will, right, on financial assistance and bonding programs on a kind of statewide basis. This is something I'd want to take back to our team and also with some of our partners in the colleges and universities and think about how what might be involved in operationalizing something like that, and what kinds of resources we would have at DEEP to be able to assist with that. Like generally speaking, directionally speaking, we're always wanting to make sure that we are future proofing. When we have these capital investments, especially in the building sector, we think about. You're talking about colleges and universities. We think about them as buildings in this instance, and these may be once in a generation upgrades that are being made. So we want to make sure that they're taking account of all of the different types of programs that may be available, whether it's programs and incentives available through the utility administered energy efficiency programs, or financing programs available through the Green Bank, or renewable or solar generation programs available, water saving efficiency measures, those sorts of things as part of their capital upgrades. So I love the thought and the concept, but I would love to come back to you perhaps with a little bit more informed think about how we could operationalize that.
Thinking of the colleges and universities, it's just that they came earlier today and we're talking about their goals, which are very, admirable goals. It made me wonder about all the other agencies. So we have DOC coming before us next, right? And they're talking about building upgrades. Just any agency in the state that is engaging and entering into, whether it's a new building or an upgrade to a building, just want to make sure everybody's, in sync.
Yep, that's great. We'll take that offline and be happy to get back to you.
Great.
Thank you for that question, and we're very interested.
Great. I just want to switch gears to open space. So you had the competitive program for open space last year. This committee added additional funding for open space. Just wondering if you can just touch on the status, and I have to look at what's been allocated to date versus what's been authorized, but maybe just high level how we're doing with open space.
Sure. And we are so thrilled to get to be part of implementing this program. We know we're just getting going this year with an update to the Green Plan, which has really important targets for acquiring 21% or protecting 21% of our land area. And this is an important program, and we have great partners working with us on implementing it. Andrew Hoskins is our Chief of Staff, who is providing leadership support for this program. I'm going to turn, Andrew, if you could respond to Representative Boer's questions in terms of the bond authorization proposal here and how we're doing in the program, that would be great.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As the commissioner mentioned, and as the subcommittee is aware, the Connecticut General Assembly established a goal of having 21% of the state's land area preserved as open space by 2023. The goal specifically calls for 352,000 acres or 11% of the state's area to be acquired by deep partners, so municipalities, nonprofit land conservation organizations, and water companies. And as of 2021, it's estimated that our partners hold approximately 250,000 acres, so about 71% of the way towards that goal. So to meet that goal, an additional 101,000 acres of open space must be acquired by our partners by 2023. So, to support that, as you mentioned, Representative Deep offers an annual grant round, and this open space bond funding augments funding from the Community Investment Act program and is critical to satisfying the needs of this very popular land acquisition grant program. The bond funding requested will provide matching grants to deep partners for eligible acquisitions. So, to answer your question specifically, we have, I believe, 17 million in unallocated authorizations, and we'll be requesting probably an additional 10 million as soon as we can to support our next round. To give some context, last year's grant round had 30 awarded grants for about 10 million. And as you can tell from what I mentioned earlier, we really need to kind of ramp up the pace on this program to come anywhere close to meeting these targets. So I'll stop there and answer any questions you may have.
No, that was a good update. Thank you. Did anybody else have any other questions on open space? I see Kate, Representative Farrar. Okay, thank you, Andrew. Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Representative Boer. Nice to see everyone. Just a question, because I don't think it came up in the other responses. If you all could talk a little bit about how bonding and now and moving forward could be utilized, especially around our waste disposal needs. I know certainly for myself here in West Hartford and many others, we're concerned about the roller coaster we're on with the Mira plant. And if you could speak to just, where the bond funds are being used currently to pursue alternative waste disposal options and what more we can do to ensure that happens.
Great, thank you for that question, Representative Farrar, and especially for your interest in this topic, which is one that I know is shared by many legislators, many municipal leaders, and across the state, as well as I know Governor Lamont and our team here at DEEP. We've been working, very hard over the last few years to help advance programs and technical assistance and support for municipalities to implement sustainable materials management solutions that can help offset through reduction of tonnage of municipal waste generated the anticipated loss of waste disposal capacity in our state associated with the expected closure of the Mira waste facility. And so just to give you a sense, the Mira facility, has managed on average about 30% of the municipal solid waste disposal for the state in years past. And so, at the same time, we know that, 20-30% of what is sent for disposal, the tonnage sent for disposal across the state is organic material and yard waste and food scraps that could be diverted and managed at anaerobic digestion facilities. Recycling programs such as extended producer responsibility programs can help tackle another significant percentage of our waste tonnage that is actually recyclable and reusable materials that are unfortunately going for disposal at waste energy facilities. And so that's kind of some of the policy background. To your specific question, there's no bond authorizations currently for those types of solutions. But I will note that we have in the governor's midterm budget, there's a proposal for $5 million in carry forward from surplus for a sustainable materials management grant program that DEEP is administering to be able to provide direct grant support to municipalities who are launching pilot programs to support food scrap collection and other sustainable materials management programs that can reduce the amount of MSW that they're generating. We launched that program last year with an initial $5 million of surplus that was allocated to start the program, and then we received applications from or expressions of interest from more than 50 towns that had an interest in getting to be part of this and launching some of these programs. And so we're working through the applications, the final applications now, and eager to be able to support more of these programs. I'll also note that in the Energy and Technology Committee, there is a proposal that we are so appreciative that the committee has raised that would provide permanent funding for these types of programs by enabling sustainable materials management programs to be eligible alongside waste energy facilities for renewable portfolio standard dollars. And so beyond, we know we may not have surplus forever. And so we felt that since the renewable portfolio standard currently provides subsidy to waste to energy facilities in the state, that it would be wise to diversify that renewable portfolio standard program to ensure that it could, in certain circumstances, be able to also provide funding for more sustainable programs and measures that it can actually reduce or promote reuse and recycling of municipal solid waste as a cost-effective solution for municipalities. So we don't have, the short answer then is there's not a bond-funded program here, but there are programs that have been, or there are funds that have been proposed utilizing surplus, and then as part of the renewable portfolio standard in the bill before the Energy Technology Committee, which I will get the number for you on that. I will note that DEEP has a stewardship responsibility for the landfills that used to be operated by MIRA, and we do rely on some funding here for covering some of those responsibilities. I'll also note that MIRA has a SCARF bonding authority for the planning and development of infrastructure that may be relevant to this subcommittee. And I apologize that the House Bill 5118 is the Energy Technology Committee raised bill that would relate to the renewable portfolio standard funding for sustainable materials management programs.
Thanks, Commissioner. And with the landfill oversight you mentioned, is there a certain number of landfills that applies to? Can you illuminate a little bit more on that?
Sure. I'd like to invite our Bureau Chief for Materials Management and Compliance Assistance, Jen Perry, if you want to speak to that briefly.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, Commissioner, and thank you, Representative. So the landfills that were referred to are the landfills that were transitioned to DEEP from CRRA. And those landfills include Hartford, Ellington, Shelton, Wallingford, and Waterbury. And those are the ones that we are responsible for the regular operation and maintenance of, including things like landfill cover maintenance, compliance with our permitting requirements, stormwater permitting requirements, things like that. So basically all of the day-to-day operations that need to happen at those landfills.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Commissioner, for all of that and just kind of giving us a full picture. And I appreciate all of that because sometimes we don't, we think about moving away from some of these long-term facilities, and we want to make sure that there's the funding from all of these different sources to ensure that we're providing these next generation options. So thanks so much. Thank you, Representative Boer.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. And Commissioner, in the sustainable programs that you just mentioned, are there grants through, either through bonding for composting for municipalities that either want to augment their composting program or, start a different program?
Yes, so we are, this is the first time we've run this grant program. So we try to be pretty flexible in terms of the types of programs that we're funding. And the focus has been on food scrap collection programs and unit-based pricing programs that can really have a big impact in reducing the amount of tons of waste that are generated. So I'll just note, so as far as municipal composting programs, we have provided some technical assistance to towns who are providing for drop-off composting at their transfer stations. That's something that some municipalities have been implementing as opposed to curbside collection programs. We found that there are some municipalities that are interested and have been providing for a drop-off location for organics at their transfer station. And that generally can be cost effective or just require a small amount of subsidy from the municipality to run those programs. But really exciting to see some of the proposals that have been applying into our sustainable materials management program that are focused on co-collection. We know that 80% of the cost of a food scrap collection program is in the transportation costs. If you have to send a separate truck out to pick up the food scraps, that transportation cost can be significant and can outweigh the significant savings that can occur in the tip fees. A ton of organic material tipped at the Quantum biodigester in Southington may be about $60 a ton. At the Mira facility, just illustratively, 110 or roughly $110 a ton. So there's big savings in the tip fees, but if you have to roll a separate truck to pick up the organics, you're going to quickly lose those savings. So we've been working with towns like Meriden. I know we're hoping to host a tour or help facilitate a tour next week for legislators who are interested. Meriden is one of the first towns that we're funding through the Sustainable Materials Management Grant Program. And they're doing something innovative where they're giving residents different colored bags, a green bag to put your food scraps in, and then another colored bag to put your normal trash in. It all goes into the same cart. It can all be picked up by the same refuse truck. And then it gets sorted and separated at the transfer station by the hauler so that the green bags can go to the anaerobic digester. So that's just one example of an innovative approach that one town is already starting to pilot, and that could be very cost effective if it's successful because it eliminates the need for separate transportation costs. So I just highlight that as something that could be very scalable and successful. And that our sustainable materials management funds are helping to offset some of the costs of running a pilot to test out that approach. Oh, I think you might be muted, Representative.
Yeah, I'm muted, sorry. We actually have a bill in general law to try to connect supermarkets to our community organizations for food donations so that potentially we could cut down on the amount of food that becomes food scraps, and that we need to figure out how to dispose of it. So,
and I'll note that we're actually providing also through the Sustainable Materials Management Grant Program access to free technical assistance for businesses, large commercial generators, schools that want to find out how to get involved in food scrap diversion, recycling, or food scrap donation programs as well. So that's well, I'll be glad to follow up with you on that, Representative Ward, to see how we can support West Haven in that.
Yeah, we try to. Well, this bill is for statewide, and we like to food resource before it becomes food scraps. But I know you're working hard towards that effort as well. I don't see any other questions for Deep. So just let me double check before y'all leave us. I don't. So I want to thank you for your time today. Thank you for all the work that you're all doing and all the expertise that you're lending to these very important programs. And we will be taking a hard look at the funding request for you.
Thank you so much, Representative. We really appreciate the support of the subcommittee for all of the programs we are implementing here at DEEP.
Thank you. Thanks. So I think we're a few minutes early for our next Department of Correction. I don't know if they're on already. Christina, Senator Moore, Do you mind hanging out for DOC? I'm just going to log into my other meeting and I'm going to come right back.
Certainly, I'll be here.
I just don't know if they're on yet. So Christina.
I have one person so far. That's
Okay. I'll be right back. You're in good hands.
Okay.
Senator Moore, I think we just let in another person from DOC.
Thank you. Is the commissioner here? Or the deputy commissioner?
We accepted her from the waiting room.
Hi, yes, Deputy Commissioner Sharonda Carlos. I am here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is anyone else with you that you're waiting for? Are you ready to give your testimony?
We are ready. I have with me Acting Director of our Engineering and Fiscal Services, Chris Iwanek, and also the Chief Officer for Fiscal Services for the Department of Correction, Director Mickey Regan. And we are the three that will be here from DOC on today.
Thank you. I just want to let you know. So I'm Senator Moore. Thank you. Nice to meet you again. I'll be in and out of the meetings also. We're running multiple meetings at the same time. And my co-chair, who's been running most of the meeting, Dorinda Borer, is in another meeting, but she'll be back also. But you have our attention.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you all again. And we did submit our testimony, but was not for sure if you wanted us to read the testimony that was submitted. Just want to make sure we follow proper protocol.
It's your choice. If you want to summarize it, or if you want to read it verbatim, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll give a summary. As mentioned, Sharonda Carlos, Deputy Commissioner of Administration, and I'm pleased to come before you today to present our priorities for the governor's recommendations for our current unallocated balances and new bond authorizations. So the Department of Corrections, we maintain 283 buildings and more than 3,000 acres of land, all with a combined value of over $700 million. Our oldest building dates from 1913, and that is in Cheshire, Connecticut. And our newest building is 2003, and that is our McDougal expansion. As you all may know, our correctional facilities, they are 24/7 operational facilities. At this time, our 5-year capital plan identifies a capital need of $147 million. The department currently has an unallocated balance of $41 million for renovations and improvements to existing state-owned buildings. The department has scheduled infrastructure projects that will easily consume the aforementioned unallocated bond balances. And again, thank you for this opportunity, and we are here to answer any questions that you all may have pertaining to our testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just for clarification, so you have 147 million in capital needs right now, and you use 41 million, is that correct?
So we have in our unallocated bond balance 41 million. And we've identified with our 5-year plan a need for 147 million.
Over 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Representative Piscopo? You have a question or comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. May I respectfully request the word of the Commissioner or give our regards to the Commissioner?
Yes, I will be sure to do so.
I hope feeling well. Commissioner feeling okay?
Yes, he is feeling well. He entrusted me with this hearing on today, as he is in a meeting as well. And he just got back from Whitcraft, so he was a part of a press conference. As our female population, we have some women that will be on a work release with the Whitcraft program.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, we're all bouncing between meetings here. The money, the governor has proposed quite a bit of revised funding for your capital budget. I see 70 million more this year from the governor. Am I looking at the right page here?
You are.
Okay. Is that going toward existing facilities where they're being used, or is it going toward mothballing or the mothball procedures, as they call it, to the ones that have been closed?
Okay, and I will, I'll turn to Chris Iwanek, who can speak to that in regards from the maintenance end, and we'll follow up as needed from our end.
Good afternoon, Representative. So a big part of that money is allocated to two large projects. One of them is for the window and door replacements of the Osborne Correctional Facility, and that's $60 million of that. Osborne is a 1 million square foot facility, and it's over 60 years old now. And several years ago, we've had some failed windows frames. A study was done in 2017 and found that due to years of weather, the anchoring and so forth, weatherized, corroded, and windows are starting to fail. On top of it, they're all single pane windows, so they're constantly breaking, coming apart. So that project would be to replace all the windows, properly secure safety security windows, obviously being a correctional facility. And at the same time, we'd be able to enhance the energy cost and decrease the energy cost by having new windows. So that's a large portion of it, and that's $60 million of that.
I see. And Osborne is occupied and
Yes, fully occupied. It has a hospital. It's our largest facility in the state.
did that make the news for the heat going not working? And was that the facility that made all the news with a heating failure?
No, I believe that was our Cheshire facility, and we do have some allocated bond funds for a distribution system there that we're looking to upgrade. The lines are starting to fail underground, so we've had several failures there that caused us to lose heat, hot water, and cooling there. So there are funds in this allocation for repairs for those as well.
I understand the need to correctly close a facility. So is there a certain amount allocated toward that procedure of this new money that the governor's offering? Or
No, none of the money, all the closing of the procedures are done with our in-house staff for people that we have on board. So none of the funds that we're requiring are for the mothballing or closing of facilities.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. And if
Thank
it's
you.
okay, Madam, our Director of Fiscal was kicked out of the meeting, and he tried to get back in and was in the waiting room, then he was removed. And that is Michael Regan. If it's possible to let him back in.
Christina?
I will send him a new link.
Thank you.
Commissioner, is there anything that he wanted to add to the conversation?
If possible, if there's specific questions that may come up from, pertaining to fiscal that he can add to. So we were the three that were sent the invite for this meeting.
Okay. I'm looking to see, are there any other questions? Christina, I don't see any, do you?
I don't see any other hands raised at this time.
Well, Commissioner.
Wait, I'm back.
Oh, well, maybe we do. Representative Boer is back.
I'm sorry, I was trying to be in the other meeting, but I didn't want you to go. Thank you,
It's okay, because I'm in public health.
Thank you. We're all doing double duty, right?
Yes.
Thank
So
you, Deputy.
the commissioners laid out our plans, and Representative Piscopo has asked questions. I don't know if you have any.
Yeah, I just want to talk about, the population trend over the past couple of years and closures of, what are we planning to do with buildings that may be empty? And can you talk a little bit about the trend in the prison population?
So I can speak to the trend part, and I'll turn it over to Acting Director Iwanek in regards to what we do with the building. So we have seen a decrease in regards to the offender population. We have seen an increase in our pretrial, pre-sentence population. So with that, some of our jails have experienced just an increase in regards to the bed usage. So we've been definitely trying to, especially with COVID, trying to manage our population and in regards to the health and safety of the offender population with the trend of the decrease. So the causation for the decrease, that can vary in regards to the early release in regards to the pandemic. Since the start of it, we've had over 3,000 offenders that were released early. They were eligible for early release from the prison population. So I don't know if you have any more pertaining to that part or to go to the, just in regards to the buildings.
We saw a significant decrease because of the early release program, but leading up to that, right? So that was an unusual circumstance in the last, let's say, 5 years, 7 years. What trend have we seen in the decrease of the population?
So we've seen in the decrease, some of the trends that we have seen was in regards to, we'll say with judicial, those that may be coming in, those who may be awaiting to go to court. So they may not be sitting within our prison system, waiting, to have that time to go before the judge. So that is one thing that we've noticed. Commissioner Quiroz has been working with Judge Carroll. So there's some that may come in, again, pre-trial. There's some that may wait to come in, depending on what the case is, those crimes that are less serious. So those are some of the trends that we've seen since the pandemic that has changed in addition to the early release.
Got it. Okay. So we're looking at it because bonding is capital, right? So from that perspective, we just want to make sure we understand what the building needs are. And if the population is decreasing, then that's something we need to take into consideration when the agency is asking either for more space or upgrades. We want to upgrade, but trying to get our arms around how much space exactly you need and what you anticipate for building needs, and for any buildings that we have closed, what we're doing with them.
And before I turn it over to Chris Iwanek, and I know just as mentioned by Senator Moore, that you all will be bouncing between 2 meetings. So one of the things that was just mentioned in the testimony is our oldest building, which is in Cheshire, was built in 1913. And our newest building was built in 2003. So of our current facilities that we are utilizing, just as with anything with age, it's going to require some infrastructure and maintenance work. So our ask is pertaining to the current buildings that we're utilizing. And again, just as they're aging, our maintenance team, I'll say we have one of the best in the state. It's in regards to what they can do. And then if there's something that's beyond them, and of course, in regards to state guidelines that are beyond what we can do internally, then of course our ask is for that assistance to just make sure we're keeping the buildings up to code and up to safety for those that we supervise and that are under our custody at this time. So thank you again for the consideration for the ask.
Yeah, we want to make sure they're safe, they're healthy, they're environmentally friendly.
Yes.
I think I was just getting at, do we have buildings that we could sell? And so I think we'll turn it over to Chris to see if you want to add anything.
Yeah, so the two latest facilities we've closed is Northern as well as the Rogowski building. In the Northern facility, we're actually using it for training. We've had academy classes come through there, using different types of lieutenant classes and everything. So that's been reutilized more of a training facility at this point. And at this point, Rogowski has been mothballed and closed. Agencies looking at other means that we could possibly use it. But at this point, we've shut that building down and not taken use of, obviously met all the fire marshal codes and making sure that, these are huge assets for the state. So we don't want them to go in disrepair and so forth. So those are the two most recent ones. Other ones in the past we've used for Webster central distribution of our vehicles and so forth. So different buildings we've used for different things, or we've turned them over or even sold them in case of Litchfield. So it's a mixed bag a little bit. So
How long has it been closed?
Northern has been closed over a year now, or just close to a year, and Rogowski just over 6 months now.
Okay, all right, so fairly new. So you're
Yes.
still those conversations with potentially other agencies?
Yep. We've been out to other agencies on what's available and so forth, and if anybody has needs and so forth. So that's something we're still working with. And obviously Northern we are using and have changed it to be a training type facility at this point.
Got it. Okay. And then one other question around healthcare, because we transferred it from UConn internally, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any capital needs requests for healthcare, for facilities, resources? I didn't see anything like that in there, and just, wondering if there's if we have the most modern, if we have any needs around that, because we went from UConn to internal, right? So a UConn facility to internal. So there must have been some needs, right, in the facilities?
So in regards to, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, there weren't any requests pertaining to more of our infrastructure, like capital requests, but our requests have been more just in regards to on the staffing level that we have submitted just in regards to that need with the transition.
Correct. And some of our allocations are for roof repairs and so forth that are part of the medical areas, the hospitals and so forth that are within our facilities. So that's in that number that we've allocated
It's
for.
included in there, those upgrades.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right. Okay. Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Representative Boer. Actually, it's following up a little bit on what you said about energy efficiency. Nice to see you both. You both had mentioned earlier that one of the pieces in the request was the $60 million. And Chris, I think you noted that was primarily for window upgrades. Is that accurate?
Correct. It's a replacement of the windows and the doors throughout all the exterior.
Great. Did you all have any type of analysis in regards to, I'm thinking, like cost savings from an energy perspective in that type of upgrade that you'd be able to share with us?
Yeah, they're estimating at this point from the study and so forth, close to 10% of fuel savings from that, because we're also working with DEEP because we either have sustainability projects that we're doing solar arrays that aren't part of this allocation. They're being allocated through DEEP that are also happening at the same buildings at the same time. So we're trying to hit it a bunch of different ways at the same time.
Can you share a little bit more about that then? So the 10% decrease in fuel would come from this changeover in the windows, but what else is happening at the facility to kind of reduce costs or create more energy efficiency?
So for Osborne per se, the windows, obviously it's energy because they're single pane. So, self-explanatory. Osborne's also getting a solar array. We're in the process on the final designs on going through the permitting purposes of that. We've just installed new efficient boilers for Osborne that was completed just over a year ago. So we've increased, it was over $4 million for a whole state-of-the-art heating system that supplies that facility. We've just finished part of the deep project of LED. So all of Osborne is now LED lighting. So that is to decrease our energy costs approximately 25 to 30% of the power for that building. So those are a couple of things right off the top of my head that we've recently done or are doing for Osborne. And we're doing this not just at Osborne, but throughout the state and other facilities as we have opportunities.
Great. Thanks for sharing a little more detail on that and specifically where that 60 million would see the cost savings. I appreciate it. Thanks,
No
Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Representative Farrar. Does anyone else have any questions for DOC? Hang on one second, DOC. We're all juggling here, trying to. There was one unallocated balance that you had, and I'm trying to find it. I have all different agencies here. Do you have a large unallocated balance in one of your categories? I don't have it in front of me. I will. Oh, I do.
The land mobile network, Madam Chair?
That's DESP, right?
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just bear with me. You know what? I'm gonna have to, I'm sorting through all the, oh, here we go. Oh, no, you're right, Representative Piscopo. It was the Land Mobile Radio Network. Did you already ask about that? The 39 million unallocated?
It's in dust. You're right. You're correct. I was getting a little ahead of myself. I think it's in the next agency.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yep. Send it to. Okay. Well, thank you, Deputy Commissioner, and to your team for your patience. We're meeting with 10 different agencies today. We just want to make sure we get all of our questions in while you're here because we know everybody has a very busy schedule. But thank you for being here and thank you for all that you do for the state of Connecticut.
Thank you so much and have a great afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so we are ahead of schedule. We have 2:30 is DESP. Do we want to, is anybody here already from DESP? I see Brenda coming on. Christina, we're 10 minutes early, 12 minutes early, actually, before the next agency. So you can just let everybody in as they come in and just acknowledge that we're going to, I'm just going to go. Other committee, come right back. I'll be back within probably a minute, but just in case anybody comes in and they wonder what's going on, just let them know. We're a little ahead of schedule. We'll be starting back up at 2:30 with DESP.
Okay. Do you want me to put in recess in my name and then when people come in, let them know?
John Piscopo is in charge.
Okay, sounds good.
Right. Okay, that was actually faster than I thought. So Christina, just let us know when, oh, I see.
We just let the commissioner in just 2 seconds ago.
Yep, I see him coming in and Brenda and so Commissioner, hi Commissioner, how are you? We're running a little early. I don't know if you want to wait for your full team before we introduce you. I see that scheduled to appear is yourself, Brenda, Clayton, Willis, and Scott. Do we have,
So we have Clayton, we have Brenda on. I'm just checking for Willis now, our facilities manager.
okay. I don't see Willis or Scott.
Well, Scott will sit behind me, Representative. So,
all right, like I said, we're ahead. So we could, don't rush him. We could wait. He's probably figures he has a couple of minutes.
they were told to get on earlier, so he can't be too far away. Matter of fact, he's just down the hallway where.
You're giving him up. Just let us know when you're ready.
All right. Scott, did just a minute or two away.
Is Commissioner Rovella speaking?
Not yet, Senator.
Thank you. I'm just coming back.
Okay.
Thank you.
I see Clayton's on. Commissioner, did you say you're ready to go?
Clayton's on. Brenda Bergeron is on. Willis is waiting in the room.
Okay, Christina, do you see somebody in the waiting room?
I do not see anyone in the waiting room.
Willis Ballard.
Nope, there's no one in the waiting room as of right now.
And Christina, you can make me co-host if you don't mind. This way, if for some reason you don't see it, I'm happy to help enter people.
I'll just make you a co-host.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Christina, don't wait for him. I think he's going to just walk in my office and sit behind me.
Okay, sounds good.
Great. Okay. So then with that, Commissioner, we want to welcome you, myself and Senator Moore, Representative Piscopo, our ranking members also on. And thank you for being here today and speaking to us about your bonding requests and the status of the categories of funding. So with that, the floor is yours.
Well, I thought we'd get going probably sooner than later, and I didn't prepare some lengthy statement. Good afternoon, everybody. I brought some people to answer your questions in a timely manner, and if there's follow-up needed, that we'll take care of your follow-up. With me today are Brenda Bergeron, who is the Deputy Commissioner in charge of Emergency Management and Homeland Security. Clayton Northgraves, who's in charge of our emergency telecommunications. Seated to my left would be Willis Ballard, the facilities manager, and to my right, Scott DeVico, my executive assistant. I'm looking forward to questions, and hopefully we can get everything answered for you in this session.
Oh, okay. That was the shortest intro we had today, but we welcome it. We welcome it. We're just surprised. I do have questions, but I see Representative Piscopo already has his hand up, so I'm gonna shoot it right over to him.
I'm sure it's the same one, Madam Chair, and welcome, Commissioner. I think we both anticipated to ask you about a big unallocated balance in your land mobile radio network, 39 million. Can you get us up to speed on the status of that?
I certainly could, Representative, but I'm going to call on Clayton Northgraves, who's in charge of emergency telecommunications. And Clayton, you manage quite a bit for our municipalities and for the state police. Could you explain that for the representative, please?
Sure. Hi. Just want to make sure everybody can hear me okay?
All good.
Okay, good. Yeah, so hi, I'm Clayton Northgraves, Director of Emergency Telecommunications for the state of Connecticut. I work for Commissioner Rovella. So we've requested 39 million, and it remains unallocated right now. We haven't had a request. These figures were put together based on our assumptions of what it was going to cost for the 4 categories, and I can go more in depth into that if you need. But the reason why we haven't requested it yet is because we're working with vendors on proposals. A large chunk of this proposal is for the Department of Corrections modernization of their radio system. And due to COVID, we've had a really significant challenge getting our staff into the correctional facilities to do the engineering required to create the RF coverage needed in each of the correctional facilities. So it's just taken us some time due to supply chain issues. We're trying to get proposals from our vendors and do all the engineering and site work that's necessary to request an allocation. So that's kind of been the holdup right now. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does, and thank you. I appreciate that. I think the chair and I both anticipated that when we had corrections in front of us just a little while ago, and we both asked the question of corrections. So it was the right mistake, I guess.
Yeah.
Could you just give me just a brief summary of what the land mobile project is?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So it's a statewide radio network. It was put in about 20 years ago, primarily just for state police. About 3.5, 4 years ago, we did a very significant upgrade to the system thanks to newer technologies that are available today. And with that upgrade that we did, we increased the capacity of the system, in some cases 3 to 4 times of what we had before. So it was the previous administration and this administration carrying forward requested that we start sharing the system with municipalities, which is actually working out very well. So before we started sharing it, each municipality for their first responders had their own radio system. And their systems are very expensive. They're very complex. They're very expensive to maintain. But we have this infrastructure. We have the infrastructure. We have the capacity. We have a lot of first responders on our network. So when we started allowing municipalities to come on, we noticed that our coverage was good, but it wasn't great because our system was initially put in for mobile radios for troopers on highways. So what we found is that when these municipalities come on the system, they're building additional infrastructure to enhance coverage in their municipality, and it's costing them money. So what we decided to do was request additional funding so we could build the coverage and get more municipalities on our network. And the reason for that is we've seen a level of interoperability among first responders. And if you remember 9/11, one of the most critical pieces against 9/11 was the fact that nobody could communicate with each other. We're breaking down those barriers in this state. Before we had this system in place and we're allowing municipalities to come on board, each municipality couldn't talk to their neighbors. Their police officers, their firefighters, the EMS responders could not talk to their neighbors. Now they can. They can communicate with their neighbors. They can communicate with all the federal agencies on our system. They can communicate with state police. Corrections can now communicate with state police. Their mobile radios can as of now. When we get this allocation, their in-facility correctional will be able to communicate with state police and responders. Again, that's just a high-level overview of what we've done and the system, and I hope that answers your question.
Yes, quite well. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Much better understanding now. I remember when that went in.
Yeah, oh, good.
this is the first bond subcommittee meeting where the shooting range wasn't an issue. Can you shed some light on that, Commissioner? Or are you...
Yeah, I could. Just one follow-up to Clayton's testimony. We offer this in municipalities on a free basis, which is important to our municipalities. Clayton, just explain free for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we don't charge. We do have an agreement, a partner agreement that we have the municipality sign, and it explicitly states that they use the system free of charge. There is one caveat: they have to provide their own equipment. So in a lot of cases, they have to buy radios that are compatible with our system in order to come on the system. So there is a cost. But yeah, as the commissioner said, we do not charge for use of the system.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, Representative, addressing your question, there is money that we're already using for the range. It's in the design phase and the architectural phase. So there's that's why I didn't pursue additional money. We just don't know what it's going to be yet.
Thank you. Understood. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Clayton.
Thought I was on mute. Thank you, Representative Piscopo. I'm looking for other hands, but while I am, I do have a number of questions. I want to start with school security. It looks like there's $10 million in unallocated balance, and it doesn't look like anything has been allocated in fiscal year 21 or fiscal year 22. Can you speak to the program, the trend in schools applying for the funds? Is it a matching program? Is it a fully funded program? And maybe speak a little bit to the unallocated balance.
Certainly. Brenda Bergeron, Deputy Commissioner in charge of Emergency Management. Her shop handles all those, and she's, we spoke this morning, she's certainly prepared to answer all your questions. Brenda, if you wouldn't mind.
Hi, Representative. So I do have some answers for you. There was 2021 funding. We're in the 5th round of funding for the school security grant program. The first round was in 2013, and it was just for public schools. And then it's increased over the years to include private schools, non-public schools, some daycare centers, things like that. So for 2021, there was one $10 million pot, which was divided into 2 pieces. One was sort of the traditional $5 million for school security grant projects that are anywhere from protected vestibules to camera systems to alarm systems, you know, whatever. There's a specific list in the statute. The second half of the money for 2021 was used for a multimedia school security grant program, and that was to provide an opportunity for schools to connect directly with their law enforcement agency or that law enforcement agency's dispatch. So to give you a sense, an overall sense of how these are being used, on the traditional school security grant program, we've had $70.83 million. We have funded 1,692 school projects. Can't say they're necessarily all, you know, it's not necessarily 1,692 schools, because in some of the years a school might have come back for more, but the statute really sets up a pretty good formula for how you're entitled to the money, and it's been very successful. We have a waiting list. Even with all that money, we do have a waiting list of both public schools and non-public schools on the traditional school security grant side. So it's been very, very successful. It was a great program, and it continues to be a great program. The ranking is based on a self-assessment and then the statutory formula that's in there. On the multimedia security side, 198 public schools this year, this was the year for this program, are in the process of having it implemented, and 8 private schools. There's a waiting list for the public schools. There is not a waiting list for the private schools. That's it. Their needs were met based on who applied.
Great. Okay. So I'm just looking at the figures here. So do we still have $10 million in unallocated bonding funds available for school security?
That's my understanding.
Okay. What is our plans to do with that $10 million in unallocated funds for school security?
So if we receive that money, then we will be implementing the program as we have been implementing it. And the process has worked well. The schools put in for the money. There's a process that they go through based on the statutory language, and then they're allocated on a reimbursement basis.
Okay, so when is the last time funds have been allocated through the bonding commission for school security?
I believe it was 2021.
Okay.
Just take a quick look.
Is that
it was December 18th, 2020.
2020?
That's what it says. As far as I know, that's the last time. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the nonprofit. Hold on one second.
Okay. Got a lot of grants.
You know.
It looks like, well,
it might have been a little while as I'm looking at the notes. We're calling it round 5 in 2021, but it looks like the funding may have been a little bit, round 4 was 2018. So
right.
I believe round 5 was in 2021 or 2020, but we're in the process of doing them right now. They're in the implementation process right now.
Right. So it looks, if I got this right, December 2020 was the last time that it was allocated. So, and the application obviously comes subsequent after that. So to summarize, I think we haven't allocated any funds for school security in a good year and a half, it sounds like.
I think that's correct.
Okay. So if you're just doing the program now for the funds that were allocated in 2020, if we were to allocate more funds for school security, I think if we've authorized $10 million, we don't want to leave any money on the table, right? We want to allocate as much as we can to school security for the programs for the schools that need it. You mentioned there's a waiting list, right, for some of these programs.
Yes.
Do you have the capacity to, if we were to help allocate more funds, do you have the capacity to run another application program?
I believe we do.
Okay. So I think that's, maybe a common goal that we have is to try to get those school security funds allocated, which we will do. Okay. All right. I still don't see any hands, so I'm going to keep going. I also see a request to extend the body cam program. Does someone want to speak to that and the need for having to extend the program and where we stand with usage of the funding overall?
I can handle a portion of that, Representative. That's an OPM initiative to extend the funding. That's to make available to municipalities the opportunity to comply with the accountability bill. So that's kind of in the OPM's area. The state police have been using their money to upgrade their bodies and the body cameras and the cruiser cameras as we go. So they're almost fully implemented. There's probably the new cars and the changeover that are occurring right now.
Okay. All right. So the funding is within OPM, but I know you work with them. I know particularly on the state, police side, but when OPM comes next Friday, we could ask them more about that. Is that what you're suggesting?
You could. The state police have drawn down, I think, the majority of their money already.
Okay. But how about, so I've heard from some municipalities about a request for citywide cameras, right? So some security cameras around the city, whether it's the entrance or the exit on off ramps to the cities or public spaces. Has there been any consideration for a program that could be administered through DESC for something like that?
So just to be clear, we're talking about public cameras, Representative? Yeah, so I pioneered that in Hartford, and it was all money. So there has been no conversations with DEST or OPM to do that in municipalities. That generally belongs to the municipalities.
So but we did put funding in for body cams and dashboard cams, even though that's a municipality usage, right? We put together a program so that they had access. And as we continue to talk about how we can help support the municipalities, if we were to put together bonding funds that would be available through an application process by the municipalities for public cameras. Is that something that your department can be involved in administering? Or would that just be OPM?
Right now, it would just be OPM, but we do participate in other and grant processes. So I don't want to exclude us, but the money should actually go to the municipality, and they should administer it, keeping in mind folks' civil rights and keeping it on their level.
Okay. Okay. Yep. We understand that. Okay. I'm going to switch gears to Representative Mashinsky, and then we could come back to me because I don't want to take up all the time. Representative Mashinsky.
Well, you have the best questions, Madam Chair, but I have a quick one. A synagogue in my town had some threats against it, and they have a school in their basement. And I wondered if we were allowing them to get in line for security cameras as well.
Representative, if you wouldn't mind taking that offline with us, and we can actually check on that.
Okay.
The synagogue and school. Normally, we do not release the names of the schools for security reasons, but we could certainly do that.
Okay, I appreciate that, Commissioner. Thank you.
Just connect with myself or Scott DeVico if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative. That's a good segue to my next question, which is the nonprofit security program. Just wondering, was there a waiting list? Is there enough funds? Maybe kind of like a follow-up to the program overall.
Okay, so I'll probably call on Brenda Bergeron again, because there's two nonprofit security grants, right? There's one from the federal government that needs to be explained, and there's one from the state. And they're contingent upon each other, meaning you can't get both. Brenda, would you dig into that a little bit?
Absolutely. So I'm just going to start briefly with the federal nonprofit security grant program. Right now, for this year, the notice of funding opportunity hasn't come out because Congress is in the continuing resolution phase. That program funded last year 43 nonprofit organizations, of which 37 were houses of worship and the other 6 were other nonprofits. The amount there was originally about 1.6 million, but we always push for a little bit more, and we were able to get over 2 million for that year. So that, any questions on the federal side, I'll be glad to answer, but I do want to focus on the state process because this was the first year of it. Again, similar to the school security, the entities fill out a self-assessment of their threat level and their gaps. And then they can get up to $50,000 per organization. And you can get they can get an advance of up to 50%, and then they can get the other 50% upon completion of the project. It's been very successful. We definitely, if you are able to release the funding, that would be very appropriate. We were able to fund this year 112 out of 307 applicants. And we continue to expand the organization groups that we reach out to let them know about the program. So it definitely is money that we would be able to use if you were able to release it.
So when you say if we were able to release it,
right?
That's not us. That's not us releasing it. We authorize it. It's up to the governor's office and the bonding commission to release it. But we hear you. So I think it's something that we all together collectively can stress is important to us. You mentioned 112 out of 307 applicants. Did you say that's because we didn't have enough funding for those 307, or because they didn't meet the criteria and the applications for that 307?
It's a need for funding. So of those, and just to give you a sense of it, because I appreciate Representative Mashinsky's question, of those 112, 62 were houses of worship, and 50 were other nonprofit organizations. So, we clearly see a need within the worship community for these security measures, very similar to the schools. And it's very similar equipment that can be paid for. It's very similar physical security equipment.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Representative Farrar, your hand went down. You're good?
Yes, my questions, all good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Brenda. So my next question is on the post improvements and renovations. We had authorized $1 million for upgrades for training purposes, and it doesn't look like it was allocated. So do you have plans for that $1 million?
Yes, we do actually. And we've been examining that for the last month and a half. $1 million, quite frankly, doesn't go that far, but we thought that the renovation of the auditorium was probably the biggest training part of the academy for both the state police and the municipal side. We're applying for $100,000 just to begin our design phase and feasibility phase for that. So that'll start moving.
Great, but it hasn't been allocated. So again, we authorized it, but it hasn't been allocated yet. So you have plans, it just, maybe it hasn't been allocated because the plans aren't finalized.
Well, we're only after 100,000 right now for the design phase. So that's going in soon.
Okay. But none of it's been allocated. So don't you need some of it allocated in order to use that 100,000?
No, we're asking for 100,000 from that $1 million for the design phase.
Right. I understand that you're asking for 100,000 out of the $1 million for the design. When you say you're asking for it to be allocated on the bond commission agenda?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Got it. Great. Okay. Representative Paolillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Appreciate your time, and I just wanted to thank you for your leadership and having dealt with you from the Public Safety Committee side for the last couple of years. Really appreciate your leadership and your work every day here in our state. Had a follow-up question from Clayton's testimony regarding the communications network. If I can follow up with Clayton. In terms of, you mentioned no cost to the municipality, to the state, but what are generally the upfront costs that they would have to look at? And I wanted to also ask, how many municipalities are taking advantage of this opportunity right now?
Yeah, great questions. Great questions. Unfortunately, the first question is not a simple answer because every municipality has unique requirements for their public safety first responders. And a large part of that depends on the type of coverage that they require. And every town in Connecticut is different. Their topography is different. The building structures are different. The schools that they need covered are different. So it's hard to say. But at a bare bones minimum, if they don't have compatible handheld radios and in-car radios, that would be the minimum expense. And again, our system is what I like to refer to as agnostic. Subscriber agnostic, which means that we can pretty much put any vendor radio on our system because it's an open architecture standard. It's called Project 25. So you don't have to just buy one type of radio. You can buy any type of radio. So based on that, we encourage communities to go out and do their due diligence when they're looking at compatible equipment. They can certainly buy off a state contract, but we recommend RFPs to get the best prices because it's pretty competitive out there for radios. In regards to the next question, there is, I did at one point have all the municipalities that committed to memory, how many are on our system, but we have this information published, and I'm just kind of looking. I would say there's probably about 20 municipalities right now, plus or minus 5, that are on our network. It is a relatively new thing. We just started offering this a few years ago. We have done a lot of outreach. I've talked myself at many emergency management symposiums and other events, and I've gone out and reached out to CCM and other venues, and just made this well known, and also through word of mouth. We try to get the word out there, but if anybody on this call has any interest, you can feel free to get a hold of Commissioner Rovella or myself, and we can certainly have a conversation with the community that's interested.
Hey, Clayton, before you jump too far, how many are waiting in line right now?
So there's really nobody waiting in line, but we have a number of communities that we're working with right now. A lot of them are the smaller towns in northern Connecticut. I think there was some fire grants that were just awarded. And so a lot of them are buying radios to put on our system. Some of the bigger towns that we're working with right now, or cities rather, the city of Bridgeport just came on our system. And we just got Stamford on, and a few months before that, we got New Britain on the system as well. So we don't really have a waiting list, but we are working with a number of communities, and sometimes it does take a while to transition. Bridgeport was a multi-year project to get them on the system.
And so, Clayton, thank you for that in-depth answer. So it's both police and fire?
Police, fire, any governmental entity. We've got public utilities on our system. We've got schools, boards of eds, you name it, we've got them on our system.
There's federal agencies on there, Clayton. There's
FBI, ATF, all on our system.
There's state agencies, DOT.
Yep.
How many? That's okay. Go ahead, Representative. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you. So I guess a follow-up, Clayton, because you ran New Haven's communication systems and long time ago. We both worked with each other at that point in time. So in terms of reliability, efficiency, effectiveness with systems that municipalities may have in place, is there even a comparison?
Not really. Our system is state of the art. It's brand new. We can do stuff with our system that can't be replicated in a municipality. As just one point is that we have a 24/7 network control center that monitors system health 24/7. We have real people in there all the time, and a phone number where if you're one of our users and you have an issue with your equipment, you can call them at 3 a.m. on a Saturday, and we've got engineers and on-call technicians, and we can dispatch them. We also keep 10% spares on hand, so we don't have to wait for overnight parts in, because we realize this is mission critical. We also have very, very rigorous backup power requirements at each one of our 70+ sites. We have generators, backup batteries, we've got portable generators. So it's hard for a municipality to replicate that just because of scale and cost. But yeah, we have, and our motto is we have backups to the backups to the backups here.
So after that upfront cost for a municipality to, kind of align themselves with the system, approximately, what would you say for like a municipality, a major urban area like New Haven, what would be the ongoing savings on a fiscal year basis?
Yeah, so I've got a great example, Stamford. So we transitioned Stamford to our system. They fortunately had compatible radios, so they didn't have a lot of upfront costs. But since they transitioned to our system, we saved them, I believe it was almost $500,000 a year in operating costs, because it doesn't matter if a municipality is using our system or not, we pay the same amount to our vendor. So Stamford was able to eliminate their operating costs for the radio system and save about $500,000 a year.
Very good. Really appreciate your time.
No problem.
Hopefully the answers. Thank you for bringing that up, and Commissioner, thank you also for your time today. So
you're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Clayton. I don't see any other hands, so I will just ask one last question, and it's about the buildings and the maintenance for the alterations and improvements to the buildings and grounds. It looks like there's 11 million in unallocated. It looks like the governor's request for fiscal year 23 is an additional 28 million. Am I reading that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. You want to, can you speak to that?
You want to come up, Wills, or can you talk?
I can talk. Hello, very nice to meet you all. I'm new to the agency, and I've been here for a couple of months, almost 4. The buildings are aged, as everybody knows. They were built mainly in the 40s. A lot of the troops. Right now, I am going through our facilities master plan, looking at what they wrote up. and I've been tackling each task one at a time. We have generator replacements, which are very costly. We have roadways that need to be repaired. There are just multiple underground storage tanks, which are all coming out in the next 3 to 5 years, 1 to 5 years, I should say. A couple of them needed to come out last year. So we're going to tackle each thing as it comes along, but the money that is allocated and has been allocated since I've been here is starting to get eaten up fast, and we will be asking for allocations on the March bond commission meeting. All that paperwork has to be in today, so on that alone, I think we have almost $7 million we're looking for right now. We also have other projects that are out in the works, which are going to need money after they get approved.
Great.
So what he's trying to tell you, Representative, is that our buildings are very old and need a lot of repair.
Yep, I hear that. And you've been with us 4 months and probably feels like 4 years.
Don't discourage him.
Well, welcome to our world, but we're happy to have you. For more.
Thank you very much. It was very nice speaking with you.
So welcome. They didn't give you your own office, huh? You have to share.
Oh, no, we gave him, Senator, we gave him an office, but it's just down the hallway from me. I'm not sure if he likes that.
Okay, I hope we're not doing that bad that he's going to share an office. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I had a question because he mentioned underground tanks. Is he talking about oil tanks?
Well, we have a combination. He's talking about mostly is the gas at the troops, gasoline at the troops. A lot of those tanks are aged and have to come out per DEEP. There are some mechanical issues which have oil tanks for burners at troops and other facilities. They also have to be replaced. So it's a combination. Did I characterize that correctly? Yes. Okay.
Removal and replacement.
Removal and replacement.
Okay, and replacement.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And just going back to the buildings, and they are old and they do need upgrade. But we just had a meeting with DEEP. Their agency came before us and talking all about making renovations, obviously, that are energy efficient and doing what we can for net zero and making sure it's green. Do we have a lens for that for these buildings? And are we working in conjunction with DEEP as we upgrade?
Well, we do work with DEEP. We're on the, Maxwell Willis is assigned to DEEP in regards to our energy consumption at all our buildings. You know, I have to make sure these buildings are functional before I can get too far into improvements. Some are recommended, quite frankly, not to invest any further money into. So, you know, going back some time, we did a review of the buildings, and they're all in need of some sort of repair and or closure and rebuild.
Okay. And how many buildings are there?
Oh my.
Right now, I believe we have 72 buildings that people work in.
Wow.
Lodges and buildings, and we also have the DSET centers, which are another 70 buildings around the state.
Wow. And is there any opportunity for consolidation, or do they need to strategically be, you know, placed throughout the state?
We did explore a consolidation. We did not, you know, with the new technology out there and hoteling of desks and the great retirement and the great work from home, there is opportunity for do some consolidation. We're actually examining that now. I would like to close one of the 2 older buildings and move folks into the Country Club Road facility. But realistically, there's no consolidation available for the state police. They're spread out very thinly across the entire state.
Okay, we just need to ask as we look at, you know. And upgrades. Okay, so
you hit a sore spot with us.
Oh, sore spot asking about consolidation, or sore spot
asking about the buildings?
Oh, yeah. I'm sure everything's pretty old in the state, but I think we're making a lot of progress with the buildings. Okay, well, I don't see any other questions, and so we really want to thank you for being here and for your time. We want to, we want to take the opportunity to support you where we can. We're going to look at the funding requests. I think last year we ended up adding funding to your requests.
We did.
We did, yeah. But that's okay. We continue to look at it together. And we're going to work on trying to get some funds allocated because, it's important to us that as legislators, we determine where we would like to see the funds appropriated or, allocated to, but we don't always see them going out the door. So we're going to work with you in conjunction to try to help make that happen. So thank you for everything you do. And thank you for being here this afternoon.
You're welcome, and thank you very much. And everyone have a good weekend and be safe out there.
Great.
Bye-bye now.
Okay, I thought I saw Jessica coming in. Where are we? Yes. So let's see. Jessica, oh, there you are. Just looking through all my squares. Jessica, before I introduce you, do you have a whole team with you? Is there anybody you're waiting for before we open up?
I actually, it's not just me joining today. There's Onyeka Obiocha. He is our very new executive director at CT Next.
Okay, Onyeka, is that how you say it?
Yes.
Oh, that's a great name. Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Well, you guys are right on schedule and we're right on schedule. See how funny that works on Fridays? Everybody's on time, including us. So I want to welcome you here. This is Jessica Dodge. She is here from Connecticut Next. And we saved the best for last. So we want to hear all about your program. And then, of course, we have some questions about some unallocated balances and, the status before we move forward. So the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you. And I just like to acknowledge the bonding subcommittee chairs, Senator Marilyn Moore, Representative Dorinda Boer, and ranking members, Senator Tony Huang and Representative John Piscopo. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. My name is Onyeka Obiocha. I go by Oni, O-N-Y. And for the past 49 days, I've had the opportunity and very much the privilege to serve as a new executive director of CT Next. A little bit about me, born and raised in Windsor, Connecticut. Went to University of Connecticut, where I graduated with a degree in economics. Upon graduation, I had the opportunity to really fall in love and fail at my first startup, a tech company I started in Hartford, Connecticut. After that, I realized I should probably get a better idea of what I'm doing. So I went over to the Reset Social Enterprise Trust to learn about entrepreneurship and business development. While I was there, I met a young man by the name of Vishal Patel, who in his first day told me he wanted to start a coffee roasting company in a coffee shop. I said, why? There's Starbucks, there's Intelligentsia, there's Dunkin' Donuts. And he said, Oni, it's not about the coffee, it's the fact that coffee growing companies and coffee growing farms are in some of the poorest countries in the world with a very opaque supply chain. So what does it mean to reimagine the supply chain and give these farmers the opportunity to build healthier lives for themselves? So over the course of that time in the fellowship, I eventually joined his startup as co-founder, and then we built out a Happy Life Coffee, a coffee roasting company and coffee shop that was based in downtown New Haven. It was an amazing experience. I was there for around 3 years, where we were awarded one of the most innovative retail outlets in the country, and most importantly, hired a lot of good folks and did a good job building the business. Ultimately, I think there was something else for me, and I ended up selling my equity and kind of floated around for a bit, not knowing where I wanted to go next. I then got a call from a good friend and mentor at Yale saying, Oni, we have this entrepreneurship fellowship coming together. It's 1 year. Would you mind just coming and helping us out? We know you have the background and you actually worked with Reset to help pass benefit corporation legislation in the state of Connecticut. So we want to have that kind of social entrepreneurship mindset here at Yale. I said, okay, 1 year in and out. I only knew Yale through Gilmore Girls growing up in Windsor. So it's something I was really attracted to and learning from. And over the course, I ended up being there for 4 years. starting off as a social entrepreneurship fellow, then quickly going and becoming the first ever director of innovation at the Center for Public Service and Social Justice, and then ultimately ending up as managing director of the SCI Center for Innovative Thinking, the entrepreneurship and innovation hub for the Yale University. In that role in managing director, my goal was to build a diverse, vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem for Yale students. And looking at a former barista who fell in love with the city of New Haven from behind a coffee bar, I knew that building a strong ecosystem for Yale students also meant building a strong ecosystem for New Haven. So by doing that, I joined as the board chair for New Haven Innovation Collaborative, which is the innovation place of CT Next, and learned about CT Next program, got really excited about what they did, and eventually left Yale, did some consulting, and when this position opened up, was overjoyed to be able to interview and ultimately accept the position. So I'm definitely a child of Connecticut. I think my mind was shaped in New Haven, my heart was shaped in Hartford, and I'm really excited to be leading this great organization, working with my peers as entrepreneurs, as a recovering entrepreneur myself, and working with entrepreneur support organizations and the economic development ecosystem across the Nutmeg State. So with that being said, if you'll allow me, I'd like to show a very brief presentation on the work that we're doing in CT Next and go from there, but I'll pause if there's any questions, comments, concerns, or maybe even a compliment or two.
Well, great job, and we're happy to have you. And it sounds like some really great, innovative, creative energy that you're bringing to the team. So the team was already dynamic, but this is just going to bring it to the next level. So thanks for being on board. Do you need screen share capabilities? Do you need to?
I think I have it here. Thank you though. And thank you for the compliment, by the way.
Not that you asked for it.
Okay, so let's dig in here a little bit. So at CT Next, our mission is to equip early stage companies and entrepreneurs with resource, guidance, and networks to accelerate growth and success. That's our mission. That's what we do. Our vision for the state is to be the most desirable location in the country for an innovative company to build, grow, and create jobs. Something I've said my whole time working at Yale with my own coffee shop, and especially in this role, I firmly believe as a Connecticut native, we have everything we need to be successful. It's about just orienting our assets and our resources in this great state in a way that folks can find it available and accessible and use it to determine their livelihoods. Our formation was through Public Act 16-3, and we're a wholly owned subsidiary of CT Next. And our legislative charge is these 4 things, or 5 things at the bottom here. Primarily helping, developing, attracting, recycling serial entrepreneurs through the state, building a local network of entrepreneurs that's innovation places, currently in Hartford, New Haven, Stamford, and New London/Groton. The third, capturing the growth of stage 2 companies and really making sure that our early stage companies can get to that stage 2 and even further. Working with colleges and universities to help support a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem across students and faculty. And lastly, increasing the number of private venture capital firms in the state. Now, to give a bit more context about where we are, we're a wholly owned subsidiary, again, of Connecticut Innovations. And we're really on the early stage side of right? Research and development, proof of concept, product development. When folks wake up and that little bulb goes off, we're the first people that they call, and we provide a continuum of care from the point of they have that idea to the point to where it's implemented, providing wraparound services in order to help them be successful. And in order to do this, it's really about catalyzing innovation and entrepreneurship across the state, right? So developing a statewide system of entrepreneurial support services. I'll be the first person to tell you, I was blown away by the resources the state offers as someone who's been working here, but really stepping in and understanding the resets of the world, the havens of the world, SBDC, UConn's work, CT Next work, CI's work, DCD's work, Advanced CT. There's such a beautiful mosaic of resources and assets in the state that we really try to leverage and facilitate to our entrepreneurs and innovators. Also, we facilitate access to capital, making sure people have not only the financial capital that they need to be successful, but the human capital, being intentional in attracting and retaining talent in the state is one of our top priorities. That goes into the workforce development. There are some bright people of all ages in this state that can go into our high growth jobs and have the ability to find success there. Again, working with places like UConn, working with places like Goodwin, and providing the opportunities for all individuals to have access to the entrepreneurship and innovation economy. And then last, promoting Connecticut as a place to start and grow an innovative company. As an individual who's done it myself, I can talk to entrepreneurs, I can talk to corporations on the beauty of Connecticut as its own place, and not just this pin between New York and Boston. We have our own ecosystem, we have our own wants and needs, our own culture, and our own expertise that we want to deliver to the nation and to the world. And this is our impact. So from FY17 to FY21, we've deployed around $44 million, and we've leveraged another $67 million. That leverage is all cash. It's not soft cost. That's all hard cash in that we're really excited about making sure we're bringing in capital to the table. Also understanding that around 3,000 members have interacted with us over this period of time. And these are not duplicative. If they've come to us in FY17, we don't recount them again every fiscal year. We're really, really happy about the data that we have showing the number of unique members, unique companies, job supported, and the dollar amount per job supported. So I think we're really excited about the way that we can serve as a catalyst for the state and really allowing ourselves and CT Next to be a blank canvas in which entrepreneurs come to us and say, they tell us their needs, and we use our funding that we have and bring in and leverage outside dollars to make sure we're efficiently and effectively solving for particular pain points. And on the right-hand side, you can see our list of initiatives, from helping to support the Angel Tax Credit to our partner programs, a business plan competition, Entrepreneurship Innovation Awards, Governor's Innovation Fellowship, where we provide a $5,000 stipend to recent graduates from Connecticut colleges and universities so that they can go and get a job at a local startup or a local high growth industry in the state. And that $5,000 can help incentivize them for the first and last rent, and also provide an opportunity for them to be in a cohort-based experience. We found that if you know your community of people, if you have a community in the state, you're more likely to stay, and we love to retain that talent. Again, growth company grants offer funding. Happy to answer any questions on this list as we go through. And then that's it, really. I mean, we do a lot of work. We're really excited about the work that we do from CT Next, and I'm excited to be here in front of you to share that work today. So thank you again for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I can't see hands while you're, you have to unscreen share.
Got it, happy to.
Okay. All right, great. You're all back. You all came back. That's a great presentation. I do have some questions about the allocation of the funds, but I am going to turn it over to my great ranking chair, John Piscopo.
Of course.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. And thank you, Ellie, for your testimony. Quite passionate and it's kind of contagious. So thanks for putting that last. You give us a little jolt here. My question is, you said you're kind of a satellite of CII. How does that really work? Connecticut Innovations, are you subject to them, or are you out on your own basically?
Yeah, we're on our own. I mean, they essentially provide a lot of our back-end corporate services, IT, HR, things of that nature. But we have an autonomous board of a number of amazing individuals, and we have our own staff, and we're really an autonomous organization, and they kind of are our foundation in order for us to be operational.
And you're a relatively new organization, so it seems that the governor has kind of funneled other sources of funding into under your bailiwick. There's a lot of hands already in that pot. Manufacturers Assistance Act, for an example. when we tried to do something with them years ago, and there were a lot of people in the hall very, very concerned. So do you kind of understand my question here? There's already existing kind of expectations of those funds, and you're going to be redirecting them, I guess is my question.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if Jessica wants to hop in here and talk about this for a little bit. Jess, if you want to go ahead.
Sure. Thank you so much, Oni. Thank you very much, Representative, for the question. The original funding for the first 5 years did go through other sources to route to CT Next. The new allocation of funds that were before you today to discuss is actually a complete direct allocation of funds to CT Next as its own entity. So there are different stakeholder groups, absolutely, that influence efforts in a best practices capacity, but in terms of the autonomy and use of funds, that's approved via our board of directors. And those other sources of fundings were for the initial 5 years of CT Next, and this new allocation for 13.5 today is via new legislation from last year, direct to CT Next, as I understand it.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me a better understanding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Oni, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. Jessica, did you mean this most recent allocation or this most recent authorization?
Forgive me, I did misspeak. The discussed allocation, which is based on the legislative authorization, is entirely new for this fiscal. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm only clarifying because
I appreciate it, the vocabulary.
I mean, what you're asking for us to put in versus what actually goes on the bonding agenda, but that's good. Thank you. Okay, Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Madam Chairwoman. Hi, Oni. So nice to meet you. And Jessica, thanks for being here. I know you all have many initiatives going forward, but could you kind of illuminate for us, how you feel like CT Next is evaluating success for any of these initiatives? That you could pick a few even and just give us some insight into that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So there's a couple there's a couple ways that we measure success. Obviously, there's jobs and providing opportunities for businesses to hire, retain talent, and grow their job and their workforce here. But there's also more nuanced examples. I think when we're building out our programming, we really want to be unapologetic at looking at it from the point of view of an entrepreneur. So for example, there's a business, True Optic in Stamford. It's co-founded by an African-American entrepreneur, an industry leader in marketplace data management for the past 8 years. They participated in a number of CT Next programs and have received a direct equity investment by Connecticut Innovations. And they actually recently have been acquired by TransUnion, a global company, a global information company. So it's those type of successes that we look at in terms of how we're providing an opportunity for our entrepreneurs to access the resources that they need to have a successful exit, if that's what they deem as success. There's another way we're looking at it too, and what organizations are we supporting when they come here? There's an organization out of South Africa called Pineapple, that's an insurtech firm that actually moved to Hartford via Connecticut Innovations Venture Clash and has partnered with Innovation Places and CT Next ecosystem building efforts across Hartford and end up establishing offices in Hartford as well. So it's those things. We look at jobs, we look at money leverage, we look at opportunity to start, support, and scale successful businesses and ecosystems. But then we also have to keep in mind that at the end of the day, we're dealing with individuals, we're dealing with livelihoods, we're dealing with entrepreneurs, and we want to make sure that we're always solving for those pain points that they might experience through their entrepreneurial journey.
Thank you for highlighting that. And just, I appreciate the sense of a story behind both of those examples you gave. It's helpful to know that you're looking at jobs, you're kind of looking at the capital growth, how people are using those investments. I'm curious, kind of in looking across your initiatives, is how you're capturing or not at this point, kind of how the participants are really representing the diversity of our state. I'm curious if you're capturing or you're planning to capture, just how many of those entrepreneurs are women or people of color.
Absolutely. It is information that we continue to capture, and it's information that we're going to continue. It's information that we have captured, it's information that we're going to continue to capture and really base our organization and our programming around. I think it's important for me personally to really make sure that our membership reflects the diversity of the state of Connecticut. Right. And I think using that as our benchmark, really making sure that we're targeting all people, all populations, and making sure that there's an opportunity for them to realize their entrepreneurial vision. So it's top of mind for us, definitely at CT Next, and we're constantly looking at ways to improve how we gather data and how we make decisions based on that data as well.
And based on that, Oni, are there any, further kind of outreach or strategic plans associated with that effort?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, always, always, always. Again, this is day 49 for me, so there's a lot of.
You're going to do it all in day 50.
Absolutely. But yes, absolutely. I mean, we're really interested in looking at areas where there might not have been as much as a presence in CT Next. Primarily rural areas is one thing that we're really excited about, and also other areas around the state where we can offer and have that understanding of making sure that in the past 2 years, 3 years alone, so much has changed around entrepreneurship innovation in the state that we're coming to it with a new set of fresh eyes to make sure that all the incubators and accelerators that have popped up are being supported, are on the map, and have the resources that they need. So an entrepreneur's front door doesn't determine how successful that they are. So whether or not you step in through Reset, through Haven, through InsurTech, you're gonna find the resources you need to be successful. And now we're going, really boots on the ground, talking to folks, shaking hands, and making sure folks have the resources that they need to be successful.
Thank you, Oni. Yeah, and if you have, again, any of that data so far you've collected of the 3,000 members, I think that would help us just understand kind of a baseline of where you're at right now. And because as you know, the underinvestment and access, especially to private equity, is very real for so many women and people of color entrepreneurs. So I appreciate your comments. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Moore.
Thank you, Oni, for that presentation. It was quite enlightening.
Thank you,
Great
Senator.
energy, too. I think you're going to be fine.
Thank you.
Great energy. I had a question. Representative Farrar asked something I was interested in. But going a little bit further, you mentioned a company that you all had helped who was bought out by TransUnion. So I'm wondering, have you all looked at, or are you looking at those people that you've helped reinvesting in this organization, CT Next coming back to not physically pay back or monetarily pay back, but offer their expertise to be a part of the cycle? Because if you sold something to TransUnion, you had a really good product. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you helped them on that journey, I believe there should be a circle that comes back and you pay it forward. So I'm wondering if you have anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that we're thinking, it's something that we're planning to be very strategic about now, because a lot of those initial first year wins, 5 years later, they're coming to fruition. So now I'm going down to Stanford, I'm going to Harvard, going to New Haven, and meeting these entrepreneurs and say, hey, join our mentor network. Hey, co-fund a business pitch competition for us. Like, really be a part of this ecosystem that you've benefited from so much. And again, there's so many success stories over the past 5 years. I think in my next 49 days, I'm really excited to kind of go back, hit the pavement, and continue to have the conversations so that we can have the high talent, the people who have clear wins, exits, and found that success, be able to mentor the next generation of entrepreneurs coming through the state. So it's definitely high on my priority list. And I think that's how we build this flywheel effect within our entrepreneurial ecosystems.
Thank you. I think it'd be really important a year from now for us to see who you invested in and who's come back to invest back in Connecticut. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Moore. Hold on one second. Bringing back up your screen. So I see that, so looking at your presentation, it looked like $4 million. Did I have that right? In I think you said hard cold cash that went out for programs. Was it 4 million?
So we deployed 44 million over the
44
past,
million.
yeah, from FY17 to FY21.
All right, that's why this wasn't making sense, because in fiscal year 23, it's 13 million. So I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't 4 and we were giving you 13. So, okay, let me see, I don't see any other questions. I do have a follow-up. I'm wondering, do you happen to have, you in your presentation had a list of categories. Is there another, is there like a geographical breakdown? Are there other types of breakdowns you can give us that show us what the programs are for?
Yeah, absolutely. We can definitely have that sent around.
Yeah, it would be great to see it by maybe region, even maybe by city.
Okay.
Would be nice to see as well. And then any other further categories, just so we could get a real sense for the disbursement across the state.
Absolutely.
Okay. Representative Piscopo, did your hand go back up?
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to prolong a Friday afternoon here, but
okay, we still have a few minutes.
Just a real quick question, and I like your presentation. You mentioned statewide. I would be remiss if the old CII, if you will, when it went up outer state and upstate, and kind of looked around at the industrial parks there, and these little entrepreneurs starting up in these little storefronts and back of some old factories, and then they used to play a real role in that, and they've gotten so large that I think you're stepping into that, and I like your idea about statewide, not just the 3 big cities,
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Just a comment, I guess, not a question. If you want to comment on that, please feel free.
No, thank you. I agree 100%, Representative. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, thank you. Well, I don't see any other questions. I want to thank you for being here today. It's a really, by the nature of its name, it's just very innovative program. Is there any other states that you know of that do something similar to this?
I don't think to this extent. I think this is the intentionality, particular around innovation places, I think is incredible, and having it housed in the venture capital arm of the state, Connecticut Innovations, just allows for a back and forth on all levels of entrepreneurship innovation, where we're constantly in communication. So I think it's really innovative in the way it's structured, and it's been quite successful so far.
Great. Great. So I think just as a follow-up, if you can send us some of those reports by city, by region, and then maybe a couple of success stories, brief success stories, so we could read them through, would be terrific and much appreciated. So, so with that, thank you for coming.
Thank you all so much, and have a great weekend, the rest of your day.
Thank you. So to the rest of our team that's left, we'll be back next Friday. If you have any additional questions in between now and next Friday, who do we have? I know we have OPM, we have DAS. Christina, do you have?
I could pull up the agenda if you'd like.
Yeah, because I think on our agenda today.
DECD and DOH.
Oh, okay. So the big ones, right? OPM, DAS, DOH, and DECD. Right. Okay, great. All right. So then we will reconvene next Friday. And if you have any other additional follow-up questions for the agencies that we met today, just shoot me an email and we could send that out. And any reports that we get of information, Christina, we could just send it out to everybody in the committee. All right. Great questions. Great day. Thanks, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Great
My
job.
Most favorite quote is like George
Take care.
Santayana, which says, "Those who
Good weekend.